Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays. Happy Wednesday, it's time for some more Satisfactory. And last week, well, I was over here messing around with the plastic production because I've got to the stage now where we're on the home straight. So there's that phase 4 thing hovering up there in the top right corner there. And once I've managed to produce all of those things, then I'll have completed the basic research, the plot progression and all that sort of stuff of the game. That's quite loud, let's turn it down a little bit. And so, however, I was running into some problems, partly because all that stuff's being produced rather slowly, because in most cases there's one machine producing whatever the final thing down the chain is, and that isn't really enough because, well, we need thousands of them, literally. But also because the first one, those things are, I forget what they're called, but they're something to do with computers anyway, and computers take a lot of plastic. And I'd run out of plastic completely. Hello, regular, welcome. I'd run out of plastic and things just weren't going very, very nicely at all with that. So I came over here and it turned out that this whole plastic production system up here had jammed up, which is a bit unfortunate because the whole thing was supposed to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And so we've got a load of machines over here. Plastic is weird, or oil processing in this game is weird, because you bring in the crude oil, which is being brought in along these pipes over here, and then there are two recipes you can use. One produces plastic, as you can see down here, and the other one produces rubber, as you can see over here. Fine. Both of those then also produce this purple goop as a byproduct of that, which you then need to do something with, because otherwise it just fills up all your tanks and everything clogs up and the whole system grinds to a halt. And one of the things you can do with that is you can turn the purple stuff into orange stuff. This is so from, I don't know, petroleum byproducts or something to fuel oil. And then the fuel oil can be combined with the rubber that you're getting from all of these machines over here, and that can be turned into plastic. That can be turned into plastic, which you also then chuck onto the belts over here, and it disappears down the chute and off to be used for other things. And so, with the setup I had before, in theory it should have been perfectly balanced, but I think because it had been it had seemed out of balance at first, I'd been pulling some of the rubber out and sending it away to be taken off to be used for other rubbery purposes over in the rest of the factory. And so that had meant that we've been gradually sapping the amount of the fuel oil we could use up, and therefore gradually also sapping the amount of the heavy oil residue we could use up, and therefore the whole system eventually sort of clogged up and broke. Now, in theory, we've now got all of the rubber that's being produced by these machines going around to being fed in over here, and so in theory, everything should work quite nicely. The concern is that, well, maybe it won't. No, my concern is that if the rubber machines over here run less than the plastic machines do, then we could still end up in a jammed up and full of the purple goop without being able to use it. So a little bit of optimism is required. We also need to make sure we keep all of these machines running, and now looking along here we do have green lights all the way along, so that looks pretty promising. And in order to make sure that works, I've brought in more and more and more oil from over here. So I've got another mine down there pumping up the oil and pushing it up this pipe, and I've put in a bit of a bypass along here to make sure it flows along to the second half of the machines. There's also a mine down there that's pumping some more oil up. That was there already, but now hopefully if we look at these pipes we should see that, yeah, as long as they're all completely full, then I'm optimistic that things are going to keep going and stay in balance. But unlike Factorio, you can't look at the various. You can't monitor one belt and say if this belt is full, then let this belt run. You just have to let it run all the time and then kind of hope for the best. So it's not quite as subtle as Factorio. So I'm optimistic now, as I say, that we should be. Well, these tanks should be basically empty, and they are. That's good. The ones around here, they might not be quite as empty because these are reliant on the amount of rubber coming around from the other side. So let's have a quick look in them though. Yeah, these are a bit. Well, that one's not too bad. It's, I don't know. They're not very even, which is a bit weird given they're connected together directly by these pipes. But there's quite a lot of fuel in these tanks. However, I think that has been reasonably static for a little while, so I'm not happy about it, because I would like there to be a way of making more rubber. I mean, I suppose there is actually. The way of making more rubber is to make an extra one of the machines over here make rubber instead of making plastic, and have them be slightly out of balance. And maybe I should do that. Maybe I should put in an additional refinery. Problem is there isn't any room over at this end, because there's this giant stone mushroom in the way. I could squeeze something in, I suppose, and Oop, I could fall out the sky. That's another thing I could do. I could try and squeeze in another machine. Do I have? No, I don't have enough motors to do that, so I can't do it right now. But I could have an extra machine making rubber with the hope, the expectation that the rubber will back up, and then that machine will start running a bit less. Might be a good idea to do that. Yeah, let's do that. So first things first, I'll go over. I'll get another one of these machines, or at least the motors to make another one of these. Come over. I'll slap that in place over here, somehow, somewhere. And then hopefully I'll be able to then just sign off the whole plastic area and go and worry about something else, like trying to make other things a bit quicker. So hopefully there will be a train waiting in the station that I'll be able to go in and take a ride on. Or if not actively waiting in the station, there will be one turning up over here fairly soon. Yes, there we go. There's a train. Excellent timing. So let's come through here. When the train arrives, I can do a spot of train surfing. That'll get me back over to the main factory, where I can get some more motors, and then head back out here in order to upgrade, in order to get this area finished off. Now, in theory, I should probably put in one of my giant air cannon things to launch me from here back to the factory. However, I'm not entirely sure it would have the range. What I might be able to do actually is launch myself from here to the sub-factory that's, I think, just on the other side of that rock over there. And I could land there and then use another cannon to fire myself over again. I am going to unbalance everything, yes. But I don't think that's a problem. Because we'll end up with too much rubber. So the rubber systems will then run a bit more slowly. We'll use up all of the fuel oil. Yeah, I think having it unbalanced in favour of making too much rubber is the correct way to go. As long as I do that without then exporting the rubber, I believe it should work. Now, it will mean that one of the rubber machines won't run quite all of the time, or won't run all the time. It'll in the limit, if we're always using everything all the time, one of the rubber machines will just not run at all. But I'm okay with that as a safety feature to ensure that nothing else breaks, because I've had things break more times than I'm entirely comfortable with this run, and I think that's going to make it a little bit more secure. Yes, it will make more heavy oil residue. However, it will also be able to process more heavy oil residue because there'll be more rubber available, and so it'll process twice as much heavy oil residue as it produces. And so eventually we'll get to a position where we have no more heavy oil residue, and then that machine will shut down because there'll be too much rubber. So I think that's absolutely fine. If you disagree, if you think I'm wrong about that, then you might be right, but I don't think I am, so you'd have to explain why I'm wrong. Motors? Motors. What was I trying to build? It was a refinery. Let's make sure I've got everything. I'm pretty sure I have. Let's make sure I've got everything for 3 refineries, because I might want more than that. Yeah, yes, it would be nice to have everything perfectly balanced. I do agree. I don't disagree with you there entirely. However, if it's made deliberately unbalanced, then there is additional capacity to use up any spares, basically. I want that train. Never mind. It was, yes. The system is now not perfectly balanced. However, as long as it's limited by the as long as it's limited in a way where when we have an overflow of something, it doesn't cause the system to break, I think it's going to be okay, and I think it's going to be better, because it means that if at some point there is enough plastic and things back up, or there's a shortage of oil for whatever reason, if it ever stops, yeah, but if it ever stops running, then, or because there's a shortage of oil or an excess of plastic or anything like that, then it's going to throw the numbers off, and things won't be perfectly balanced because all the machines won't run in perfect sync. So I think it is better to do this. Why are you slowing down? Oh, you're going to stop there, are you? Why are you going to... Whatever. Oh, you're going in here. I don't want to be on this train. It's going the wrong way. Fine. I guess I'll have to fly the rest of the way, yeah, the old-fashioned way. It's like saying... It's like setting something up. Yes, you can set something up that's perfectly balanced and be reasonably optimistic that it's going to just work TM. However, my experience of these sort of things is if you try and balance things perfectly and just trust them to stay balanced and in sync and so on, that's usually going to go badly wrong. Think of this as a sort of as a bit of negative feedback on the feedback loop. So if it does get out of whack, then it's going to be able to bring itself back into whack. Is that a train coming this way? It is. Excellent. Hello, Sophia. Welcome. Because, yeah, if you have something that's perfectly balanced, then, yes, it should always work perfectly. But should is not the same as will, and things often have a habit of not behaving quite the way you expect them to, certainly in my experience. So I'd much rather have some sort of safety feature on there. It's like in Factorio, you'd never go in and go, well, I think if I put in this many refineries and this many chemical plants cracking the heavy oil to light and the light to petroleum gas, then it should stay perfectly in balance. You wouldn't do that. You go in and you'd say you'd go in and you'd use controls on the system to make sure that it's it only processes when you need it to. That was a terrible jump, Laurence. Fail. Let's go down and have a look at this crash pod while we're over here. Oh dear, where's my gun? Here's my gun. Anyone for skeet shooting? Maybe I shouldn't have come over here. It is a silly place. Ow. Partial success. Okay, there's screws, which I don't really want. Oh, goodness sake, there's another one of them. You know what? Let us abandon this place. It is a silly place, and I do not like it. I wonder if they're still following me. No, they're not quite that tenacious. Okay, excellent. Do I still have an inhaler? I do. There we go, nice and healthy. Put it away. Yes, but swimming is quite annoying because you swim very, very slowly. Why am I doing this? Why am I not just putting my hover pack back on? Okay. And that's fair enough. I'm not saying my way is necessarily the only or even the correct way to do it. However, I think trusting the system to stay in perfect balance with no sort of feedback loop on it is unwise. I would rather have some sort of feedback system so that if things do get out of whack, it can whack itself back into whack. if you'll pardon the expression. However, if this does all go horribly wrong at some point in the future, you are very welcome to say I told you so. You in line? No. Yes. Yeah. The not having any kind of feedback loop on these systems bothers me a little bit. I would much rather. I'm much more comfortable with a system that has negative feedback available, so that you can be sure that basically what happens when things go a bit wrong, because things always go a bit wrong. Good, I haven't crossed the pipes or clashed the pipes. Yeah, because in my experience, the chances of everything going perfectly are basically zero, and so having some sort of what's the term? Emergency recentering system seems like a good idea to me. Ah, oh, you're right. It is. Ah. No, we are having a healthy debate about different ways of approaching a design system. It's not just picking holes, or at least if it is, then I certainly don't mind. It's an interesting thing to talk about, because it is a fair point that in theory, none of this additional system up here should not be required. The whole thing should just work all by itself. But I've seen enough things that should work not work, that I'd rather have the extra infrastructure in there just to make sure. That's a weird shaped pipe. Let's redo that with less weird. Yeah, design philosophies, exactly. Oh, I see. You think I should always listen to him because he's always right. I mean, there's a fairly good chance he is right. However, I still feel happier having some sort of safety margin in here. Also, why is there no belt coming out of there? Suddenly loads and loads of plastic is available. Okay. That's not going to help to keep things neat and tidy in what's name, is it? Oh well. Alright, so down here I need a merger like of that. It's emergency. And that needs to go from there to there. Now I can copy and paste this again. And then try and find some power for it. Are you full? Of course you are. Is anyone around here not full? How about you? That's possible, actually. Yeah, that missing belt might be why the rubber seemed to be backed up, because we wouldn't have had as much throughput as required. Now we've got an extra 2 machines over here, so we do have a bit of extra throughput. Yeah, it's possible that was the source of all of the problems around here. One single little missing belt down there. Yeah, it is certainly possible. Oh well, this machine will empty out fairly soon. We'll have a little bit of extra. Yeah, we've got a little bit of extra rubber coming through from here. So that'll mean if we produce a bit more rubber, a slightly higher proportion of rubber than what we expect, then we should be able to now start running through this fuel oil that's been stored in these barrels over here, and that'll remove that. Sorry, that'll empty out that buffer over there, and then eventually the rubber will back up along here. One of these machines will stop producing it flat out, and things will return to balance. So it should be absolutely fine, I think. I could put in additional machines across here to make. In fact, when I inevitably need more rubber, because it's bound to happen at some point, I guess the way to do it will be to put in a load more rubber machines across here, and have half of them ship the rubber out down through here to be processed, and have the other half ship the rubber off to be used as rubber. But for now, that's not actually necessary. How are you doing at emptying? Because there's quite a lot building up elsewhere. Okay, not too bad. That is probably going down. Yeah, I'm sure it was at 100 or 200 before, so it is definitely going down. And then once it finishes doing that, we'll be able to, oh, actually, this belt hasn't even backed up yet, so that's fine over there. Yeah, explore a new oil patch might be a good idea, to be fair. I'm not sure where that would be. Oh, there's a train having confusions. It's probably because there's a train trying to pick up rubber and there isn't very much of it. Oh, there's oil up there, so I could go up there to get some more oil. That's a possibility. Yeah, in terms of space and the hassle and frustration of just trying to cram everything into this area, yes, I think you're right. Going off to a different patch would probably be a lot more convenient and easy and sane and other similar sort of words. Making lots of plastic, though. In fact, so much so that... Have we got... Oh, it's because there's a train in, so we've stopped passing it up the belt. Now the train is gone, the belts can start running flat out again. Maybe I need to put in one of those big storage boxes at the top by the station. It's probably going to be difficult to squeeze in, because I bet I've got the elevator coming up right next to the station. What I could do, actually, is upgrade some of these belts. Oh, no, I haven't got any alclad. Can make them to 4s, that'll help a bit. That's enough of that. There we go, flowing through a bit quicker now. Ideally, I would have enough space on the belt over there that even when the train is being loaded, these belts keep running, because there's enough capacity on the belts to keep it flowing in while we load the train up. And that'd be easier than putting in a box at the top. Right, so let's take a quick look at these containers over here, see how they're getting on. I feel like that's a little bit less. That feels about the same. I don't know. We should, in theory, be using this up gradually, but I think I'm just happy to leave this to run. We've got a lot of plastic coming through, even now. Even though we've emptied this machine now, there's still a decent rate of it flowing through. It won't be any better than it was before, but it certainly won't. But it also won't be any worse than that. And it did seem to be mostly okay before. Right, that train has left, which means the train that was over there that was getting sad is now going to be able to come in as well. So this seems to be going pretty well up here. We have a full fuel oil station, fine. How much of that have I got in my pockets? Is 71? No, 171. That's fine. We've got an empty rubber station here, which is probably why the other train was taking so long, and a gradually filling up plastic station. Okay. I think things over here seem to be okay, and I would prefer it if there was more rubber coming through. Sure, but I think it's we don't use as much rubber as we do the other things, so it's probably all right that it's being fed through relatively slowly. This may be famous last words. We'll come back later. We may end up coming back over here later, finding out when we find out we've run out of rubber. Or yes, more likely, maybe I'll be going off to make another make a rubber supply somewhere else. But for now, it's sort of mostly working. So the other thing I was going to do while I was over here is flit over here, right, and put in a hypertube cannon over here. Which way round are you? Yes, that's the correct way round. I'll put it a little bit further away. I'll put it over here. Oh, indeed. The problem with the whole Thanos thing in Avengers was that they took they took a plot from the comics and then tweaked it to not make sense, and then made a film about it. So yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Also, his goals could have been equally achieved equally effectively by just doubling the amount of food produced, or something like that. So yeah, there are lots of things wrong with Thanos' plan. However, it's kind of a meme, so I'm happy to. So I will make reference to it from time to time. Yeah, I have got this the right way around. Hypertube goes to here, but lots more up and kind of tilted like that. There we go. Hypertube cannon, lovely. Oh, I'll put a piece of concrete in, a couple of pieces of concrete in over here, so there's room to take a run up at it as well. There we go. No, I don't. I haven't read the comics either, but I have read comments from people on the internet who have read the comics, and I believe that in the comics, Thanos, for whatever reason, had a crush on death, as in the anthropomorphic personification of mortality, and so in order to try and impress her, he wanted to kill an enormous number of people, and so he used the Infinity Stones. So the plan was to use the Infinity Stones to kill half of all the people in the universe. I'm sure somebody who's more knowledgeable about the comics than I am will tell me that I'm not quite right with my understanding, but I think that's a close enough approximation to get over that it wasn't just that it wasn't quite as lofty. It wasn't quite as on the one hand it wasn't. It was still ridiculous, but it made sense and it was significantly less altruistic. Exactly. Yes, he had the crush on Lady Death. Exactly. I mean, I'm not saying the comic necessarily makes complete sense, but at least it sort of makes sense. It's a bit like in The Matrix, where there's the whole the machines are using people as batteries, which makes absolutely no sense because people would be using up more energy than they would be generating because that's how we live. So that was a stupid suggestion. However, in the original script, before it got dumbed down for Hollywood audiences, the original plan was that the Matrix required people to be used as, I think they're either processing units or memory, I forget which, but the point was they were using people's brains for computational power rather than using them to generate heat out of whatever energy they were being fed. So yeah, much still somewhat crazy, but makes quite a lot more sense. Okay, so we now have a lot more plastic. We also have a decent amount of rubber coming through here. Let's go and check the computer manufacturing area over there and make sure it seems happy, because that was what I was trying to please with all of these updates. It does. It makes a huge amount more sense, and I guess these days people are more used to computer everythings, because I mean the Matrix is what, 25 years old now, ish. And so, yeah, people are now more used to computer everythings, and so if you say they're using them as SD cards or something like that, then it would make more sense, or people would more like to understand it. But even back then, I'm sure if you'd said, yes, we're turning all these people into, and you held up a floppy disk or a processor or a RAM stick or something like that, then that'd be fine. Yeah, that too. Or alternatively, why not just burn whatever you're fueling the humans on in some sort of power station and use it to generate power from steam or something? Why involve people in there in the first place at all? It doesn't make any sense. But if you're using the people for something that they intrinsically do or are as on of themselves, then it starts to make a certain amount of sense. And so yes, it's the Matrix, slightly less dumb than it originally appeared. Okay, so we are happily making... Well, we're not happily making assembly directors over here because we've run out of adaptive control units still. Ha! So, yeah, Keanu Reeves has been sort of typecast into being a walking processing unit or memory unit. That's quite entertaining. That was all running a moment ago. Why are we short of computers? Let's go and try and find out. Although I don't think he was being used as a storage unit for anything in Bill and Ted. Screws. That's a weird thing to be short of. I mean, I know they're difficult to make in quantity, but still. Did we have an iron throughput problem? Or have I just got all of the numbers wrong, as is traditional? So, you're getting through 130 per minute. We have two machines. It's just two machines making them. Yes, two machines making them that produce 40 per minute. Laurence, goodness sake, what are you doing? 80 does not equal 130. I mean, if it had been three of these machines and I'd gone, that's probably close enough with 120 for 130, then sure. But 80 is a lot less. Where the hell am I going to put in some more machines to make more of these? Is there room on top? I guess the ceiling is probably just about high enough. Let's see if we can squeeze some more machines making screws in over here, shall we? This is going to be entertaining. Oh yeah, Constantine. I have seen that film, but it was so long ago that I can't remember very much about it. Actually, that's not quite true. It was so long ago I can't remember anything about it. Oh, maybe I can remember a little bit. There was something about some sort of heaven and hell thing, wasn't there? Was he maybe not an angel, but something like something sort of that sort of supernatural. Anyway, I've run out of iron plates. Yeah. An exorcist. Okay, that's not quite where I was going with it, but yeah, so it's a kind of supernatural. So I'll claim that's close enough for purposes of what I was trying to say. I'd be lying, but I'll claim it anyway. Go away. Don't want you. I want somewhere that's making iron plates, and I don't know where would be. What even are these cables? This is all copper over here. Is iron being fed in here? Nope, that's rods. And that's as far as iron comes along here. This is all going to be rods and screws and stuff, isn't it? Yeah, and that's all copper. I think. Yes. It's kind of hard to tell in the dark. Are any of you... ooh, iron, here we go, iron plates. Yoink. Mine now. Where was I? Was it up? I'm lost. Oh, yes, it was over here. I'm lost. All of my factory looks exactly the same to me, which is not helpful. How high up does this need to go before it won't... Oh, it probably needs to go all the way up to here so it won't clash with the lights on the things. Let's see if I can put them in... No, this isn't going to work. There isn't room because of these massive great light poles sticking up off the top of the machines. Yeah, that's true. I could stick in a light, couldn't I? Let's try and put a light up. Organisation. It's a wall-mounted floodlight. A wall-mounted floodlight is not a ceiling-mounted floodlight. They are apparently different because of the spelling. So I'll put in a wall and then I'll mount a floodlight on it. That's how things work, right? So I'll put you in there. And then put you in there. Chonk. And then you're going to need power. Where do we have power around here? There's some power. It's only got 4 on it out of 7, that'll do. It's a bit of a long cable, but never mind. Oh, There we go. Suddenly, I can see very, very well in a relatively small area. Yes, okay, it's a fairly floodlight, but if it lit up a bit more space than that, that would be much appreciated. Oh well, maybe I'll put more in later. Oh, and there's a pylon right here. That would have been easier. In fact, you know what? Let's power that from here. It'll be a little bit more sensible. Where is that? There. Just power from there instead. A bit more sensible. Yeah. Yes. I realise that's slightly too late. Shush. I guess there's a bit of space over here. If I nudge this forward a chunk, if I put in a couple more machines over here and feed some iron in over the top. It's going to be a bit of a mess, but that's what happens when you modify a light. Can you configure lights? That's a good question. I believe I'm using the Unreal Lumen. Because yes, I remember the game changed and got suddenly a lot prettier from a lighting point of view, at least, but also a lot darker. So I believe yes, that was me switching. That was when the Unreal Lumen version came out, I think. So yes, I believe so. Oh, that needs flooring. There's a flaw in my plan, or there wasn't a flaw in my plan. No, not there. There we go. Right, let's try that again. So, blueprints, dual scroll. You go there. Wait a minute. What's? Which way is stuff being fed through this? I can't even tell. Right, this is a merger, so this must be an output. So if I put this in this way round. Yeah, and those are splitters, that's an input. Yes, this is correct. So put you there. Doink. Then we need a power supply somewhere. You can go to... Can anyone see a pylon? I can't see a pylon. There's one, but it's full. Alright, let's do this. And then we can do this. Right, so that's power for these machines now. If I feed iron in over here, screws will come out over there, and they can be chucked into there. This is now slightly more screws than is required, which is better than fewer screws than required. So you're all copper over here. Where would you words? Where is iron happening? Where can I sap some iron? Nowhere, because we're not bringing it along this far. Great. This is all a bit afterthoughty along here. I guess what I'm going to do is drop down here a bit. That's an interesting idea. Having a blueprint with the lighting and flooring and stuff like that in it. It's an interesting idea, yeah. Oh, we would. We still get belt spaghetti, I'm sure. Yeah. That is iron, isn't it? Pretty sure. I'm going to need to get closer for this. This is a bit too, especially as I fed it into out the wrong one. There we go. From there, I want to go straight across to there. Then I want to put an elevator on the back of here. Goes way up to about here. Then I can put belt coming off of that. I would like you might as well carry on being a 3 actually. And we'll clip it to the ceiling all the way over here. How far can we go? Not that far. And then, no, let's put in an elevator over here. Like that. And then, of course, link the two up. Bink. Bonk. There we go. There's some iron. That should now mean... Eventually we'll have screws coming out of here. So, over here... Right, I need to move this. Because it's in the wrong place. We're not going to. I need to move it closer to the closer to this machine, so there's room to stick an elevator on the back of it. So over here, I would like to have a conveyor merger. Yes, one of those. Merger most foul. And then, to be honest, one Mark 1 belt is probably going to be enough for that bit. And then 3 for that bit. I think it's probably going to be enough. We'll come back. We'll see how it gets on. Over here, if they're all Mark 1s, then yeah, fine. You can be Mark 2. That'll be absolutely fine as well. Point that way. This way. Belt. Belt. Right. Here come the screws. This is actually fast enough. Just. Maybe these are 45 per minute. I don't remember. Let's check. Because I'm curious now. 60 per minute. Okay, so yeah, it is easily fast enough. So there we go. We now have a better, healthier supply of screws coming into this computer maker machine over here. That can't go under. Apparently I'm going over. My next concern is that this is feeding off in 2 different directions on the output here, which is why it looks like a hammerhead shark or something. So yeah, we've now got plenty of inputs, which is great. We're making computers, but how fast are we making computers? We're making 2.5 per minute, so you're going to get 1 1/4 per minute. Is that enough? You need 1 per minute. So actually, yes, it will be. So this will now we've got the full input on this for this machine. This one down here will get the computers it needs fast enough. That's probably why there weren't enough screws being made before, because I put this in to make the adaptive control units, and then later tapped off some of the computers from here to be taken off to a station somewhere because they're needed somewhere else. So I imagine that's probably why this system, why I reckon that 2 machines making screws is probably enough. Now in the long run, turns out no, but yeah, we're doing a lot. Things are a lot better now. So how are you getting on up here? Yeah, it's not full, but it is making computers, and that's the main thing. So down here we should be absolutely fine. We've got all the stuff in there for making a 0th one of these, and by the time this gets to 50%, hopefully we'll have a 3rd computer in there, and then by the time it gets to 100%, that means we should have the 4th. So, you know, cautiously optimistic here. I seem to have a drinking problem. I'm now damp. Well, it's got to 40%. That's not filling. Oh, there we go. There's the third one in there. Excellent. So this is now working for certain values thereof. All of the adaptive control units are coming out of here. They're all being fed over to this machine over here. So this is now this one will now be as satisfied as it'll ever be. And it takes 1.5 minutes. Yeah, that was 1.5 per minute. And what did I say? I've forgotten what I said over here. This one was producing. Was it 2 a minute or 1 a minute? I think it might have been 1 a minute. Yeah, 1 a minute. So ideally, I will put in another one of these machines. But there's so much that goes into making one of these that I'm not sure I dare. Essentially, I'd have to then double the rate I was making the computers at. Now, the easy way to do that would be to stop feeding them off to elsewhere, off to the train system. But I believe the train system kind of needs them probably for something else in this whole system. So I don't want to fiddle with that too much. It'll have to. Yeah. I suppose we actually only need another 50% on this. If it made them twice as quickly, if 50% faster, then that would be sufficient. But the other alternative, of course, is to power slug it. But I could turn this Doom slug into slug modules and make the thing run a bit faster. But then all of the inputs would struggle, especially that one. So it wouldn't really help. Yeah. So let's not mess around with that any further. Let's go and grab what it's made, and then go around and find out where the weakest link is in my factory. So in here we have 51 of the assembly director systems. That is 1% of the total number we need, roughly. That's not very good. And they're being made at 1 per minute. So that means if we just leave the system running, it'll take 3,500 minutes in order to make them all. And that's too slow. So that is going to need to be upgraded. But I also want to try to check out the other areas before I just go off and say, yes, we'll upgrade that one first. And see whether any of them are even more egregiously slow. And if they're suffering, or if they're suffering for inputs as well, that's the other reason to check. So, over here, screech, bonk, land. Over here we have made 57 of these things, so they're being made at about the same rate, but we only need a quarter as many, so that's better. In that we're not going to have problems for. Sorry, that isn't going to be the problem child. If we quadruple the. Yeah, if we quadruple the rate we're making the red computer things at, then they'll finish. Then they'll both be ready at about the same time. So that's, yeah, this one is not a worry. You, I don't need. Something around here I need. Maybe it was up here. Yes, it was up here. I remember. In here we have 40 of these, and these are another thing we need 1,000 of. So these again are probably okay. We don't. Yeah, it's again. Well, I say they're probably okay. They're being made fast. No, I've got too much stuff in my inventory. What don't I need? Can I put any of this in here? Is any of this useful? No. I don't want ingots. I can't really. Well, I was going to say I can't use ingots. That's not 100% true, but it's close enough. So I'll take those. Yes, that's correct. Regularly, you phrased it better. Yes, it's not the priority. The priority is so far is the red computer things, and I'm pretty sure it's going to stay as the red computer things because I'm pretty sure the magnetic containment dooberries are have been the fastest thing I've been producing. As you can see, we've got almost half as many of those as we need, so I don't expect them to be the problem. But I'll go over and check anyway, just to be sure. Right, so you'd like to... There we go. Oh, that's yellow. Later. Oh, I keep losing my momentum whenever I jump. There we go. Now I actually don't need the horizontal velocity. I can find some. Right, and finally, item number 4. Magnetic containment vessels, or whatever they're called. The sort of semi-nuclear things. So, buzz all the way over here and see what we find. I'm quite pleased that all of the inputs seem to be inputting in sufficient quantity. We don't seem to have any problems with raw materials, is what I'm actually trying to say there. How many was that? I didn't even notice. It was a lot anyway. It's a lot, so I'm pretty convinced this isn't going to be the limiting factor. Several hundred. And whilst yes, I do need 4,000 of them, as long as I get 200 of those for every 50 of the other things, the last 2 things made, then I'm absolutely fine. Bump. And so we'll give you all of them. 1664, 1960. So I got about 300. Yes, so those are fine. So well, fine-ish. They are the most fine of any of the things I have available, or any of the things I'm trying to do. So I need to make more of the computery things. The limiting factor on that seemed to be the number of assembly control units that were being, or adaptive control units that were being made, and the limiting factor on that was the number of computers being made. And the limiting factor on that seemed to be the number of screws. But I think if I go over there, if I make some more machines that are going to make going to make computers quite a lot quicker, like maybe three or four machines making computers. Some of those can be fed off to the station to keep it happy, and the rest can be fed into machines making adaptive control units, and then that should make things a little bit more reasonable. So this is going to be a case of, let's have a look at the recipe for computers again. Now, I've probably already written this out somewhere in my notebook of doom. Let's skim back through and have a look. Okay, ACU. So to make that, we had one manufacturer making computers. My notation. I think my notation system has changed since I drew that diagram. So I'm just going to do it again because otherwise I'm going to confuse myself. It's maybe actually, probably is the answer. So there, yes, I could make another sub-factory somewhere that's making computers. However, I think you require quite a lot of stuff for making computers, which makes them sort of annoying. Let's have a look. Because I'm going to need to do this anyway. So a computer requires circuit boards which require copper and plastic, and copper and plastic and iron. That's not too bad. That's only copper, plastic, and iron. It's only 3 things in, 1 thing out. 4 stations. Yeah, I might be better off just building a new one of these. And then because there's already a station over there that's handling computers. So if I fill that up with, if I use that as a computer drop-off instead of a computer pickup, then we could bring lots and lots of computers in there, and then potentially, maybe remove the machines over here that are making computers, and that would give us more room for another machine making the ACUs, another machine making the red computers, another machine making supercomputers, I suppose. No, I don't want to ship supercomputers around. That's an extra complication that I'd rather not introduce. You could. I might have a hard drive actually. I sort of gave up on them because all the recipes they kept giving me crap recipes, basically. Let's have a look in here. Analysis complete. Right, so I can make pure copper out of copper and water, and that produces presumably more copper. Yeah, instead of 1 to 1, it's 6 to 15. So you get a lot of more copper out in exchange for a load of water. That's sort of reasonably nice. Then over here we've got the alternative recipe for turbo motors. It uses more of the yellow things and it doesn't use heat sinks, but it uses slightly more motors. Oh no, I'm not going for that one. No, I don't think so. Smart plating is. Oh, I see. Put some plastic in to get twice as many out. No, I don't think I care about that. Let's scan it again. I'm still not a fan of the whole hard drive upgrade alternative recipe system, and not just because half of them seem to be straight up bad, more because I just don't like the way it works. It's a research with an element of luck in it, and it doesn't sit well with me. And also, it's a bit awkward to compare them. And if you close the thing to go off and do a bit of poking around and comparing, then you lose the hard drive analysis you've done. You can't go back and go, actually, yes, I do want that one. Anyway, let's go and look at computers. Right, pencil. Computer is made in a manufacturer, and I've got an alternative recipe for these. That looks potentially a lot easier. Only problem is that one requires rubber, and we don't have a lot of rubber. We do have a lot of gold because we're not using it for all that much, and it's fewer circuit boards, so that's an improvement. Let's do that, and maybe switch over to making more, and then maybe try and get more rubber out of the rubberizing facility. Do I think I'll finish the game before we... Yes, I do. So, worst case, I think we reckoned it was going to take 30 hours for the factory to just produce the stuff if I just leave it churning through and don't do anything else and just AFK it. Which I'm not going to do, obviously, but if I did. So that's 6, 7, 8 streams. That's like 2 months. So yes, I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to, that I'll finish the game before before next Christmas. Ye of little faith. Oh, and it also produces them a bit faster as well, so that's quite nice. So yeah, let's go with the alternate recipe and see how things go. So I'm going to try and make... I'm going to set it up to make 4 of this. So I'm going to quadruple everything. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing with the rubber, is perhaps leaving the upstairs bit basically just making plastic as it is at the moment, and then go down to the bit underneath where it was originally making the place is already making rubber and a bit of plastic, and then adapt that to be making just rubber. And I think that will hopefully give me a decent balance between the two. Hopefully. So that's good. So that's going to get me about the 14 computers per minute. Which no, it's not. Yes, it's about 14 computers per minute, maybe 15 computers per minute. Actually, 15 computers per minute. In fact, if I do the maths, and in order to get that, I'm going to need 100 and blimey, more than 100 circuit boards per minute. That's a lot of circuit boards. But then it's fewer than it would be to get the same number from the other recipe. So yeah, 105 circuit boards. Right, and 420 quick wire. These numbers are scaring me. And 980 rubber. So rubber is going to come in as a raw resource, so I don't need to worry about machines to make that. The quick wire is going to be easy, so I'll do that first. Here we go. Constructor, 60 per minute, and I want 420. Nice? No, not nice. I'm sure there's an appropriate word for that. 60, 120, 240. So I need 7 constructors there. That's not too bad, actually. It's the next one. It's the circuit boards that are going to be. It's these that are going to be the scary part. Make 7.5 per minute. So that's 75 would be 10. So I need 15 of those, and that's assemblers. And also, we need a massive quantity of inputs for all of that. So I need to multiply all of this by 15. Who's good at the 15 times table? So it's 450 plastic. But that's again a raw resource. So that can come in by train. And half of that, 225 copper sheet. Which is going to need, yeah, 225, and that's made 10 per minute, so it's going to be 23 constructors. Jeez. Do you think I might have gone a little bit over the top here with this design? Maybe 4 manufacturers, maybe trying to make 15 computers per minute is a little excessive. Okay, well, you know what? It'll be fun to build it up anyway, so build on that sort of scale. So, what do I need? I'm going to need to... firstly, I'll clear out the requests I've got in here at the moment, because I don't need another refinery, and that's the lot. I do need 4 manufacturers, and I need 15 assemblers, and I need 30 constructors. Clickety, 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 clickety. Let's blueprint some of this. Yeah, I will definitely... Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to need to then go out and set up more petrochem, but c'est la vie. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. The hardest part is going to be finding suitable oil patches, because I think the ones I pointed out earlier are on the top of the cliff, which makes them annoying to get to. Yeah, that's everything I need for this. I think I will need to do an inventory empty. So let's go over here. And so, what do I not need? I do not need. I'm probably going to need those. I'm probably going to need to lay some, put some signals and stuff down. Definitely going to need more concrete. Actually, I do have a lot of the map to explore. Yes, but I'm struggling to get out of the. I'm sort of kind of stuck in a. I've basically used up pretty much all of the valley that I've got to play with at the moment. So getting out of there is somewhat awkward. Well, getting trains out of there is awkward, rather. That's what I actually mean. Don't think I need that much quick wire in my personal inventory. I need some researches that will make my inventory bigger. Feels like a lot of heavy modular frames. I'm probably going to need some fast belts as well, but we'll worry about that in a moment. Also switch to the other jetpack. Oh, that's a nice idea. Yeah, that makes sense. Presumably you can't put them actually on a cliff face, but you can put in a if you run a wall up it, then you can put them in on the wall as it goes up. There we go. Rotors. Rotors. Plastic. Plastic. Yoink. Right, that's all the stuff I need for this. I'm going to get a lot more. Let's get a lot more steel beams, because I think those will be useful for making. That's probably the speed of belt I'll be using mostly. Or maybe I should get. Actually, let's get some reinforced beams as well, because I might be using a load of that as well. Might want to make some slightly faster belts. I've got a decent stack of tier 2, but I'll get a bit more of that just because that's my sort of. No, not up here. Because tier 2 is my sort of standard. Yeah, I need some belts. Let's just chuck in a tier 2. That's probably fast enough. Right. The next thing is decide where to put this. The obvious place is somewhere out here, because there's loads of railway, and so it'd be easy to build off from that. I think that's probably sensible. This area over here is already kind of congested. Oh, yeah, I did grab some more iron plates, but yeah, grabbing another stack can't hurt. Yeah, I've got a stack and a half, well, nearly 2 stacks now. I do need a lot more concrete, though. And that's my lot. Well, I can put that back, actually, and then take some more from there. Oh, the mammoth's finished mamming. Let's go and see what it's thought of. So I can have a plutonium fuel unit, which is 20 plutoniums, and yeah, I'm not going to spend a pressure conversion cube on that. I don't think, because they're a bit pricey. I can turn oil into heavy oil residue and polymer resin. I don't think I care about that. But this is the problem. I can't now go off and check these recipes to find out what polymer resin is actually used for. But no, I don't think I'll care about that. I still don't care about that one. No, don't care about any of those. Try again. What do you mean no hard drive? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Took it out for some reason. Grr. Oh, there's another hard drive in there as well. I've got 2 of them. And I still can't find anything useful on them. Alright, so yeah, I was saying I think the area over here, whilst it's sort of quite nice, it's easy to get around here. It's getting a little bit full. Well, there's a decent amount of area over there by the steel processing, I guess. I could have it come out over this area, over the top of this area here. That's manageable. There's a bit of a gap there, but things always tend to get a bit out of hand, so I'm not sure if I want to build in this area. Another possibility is to build off these existing stations over here, because that's already got the plastic and the rubber and the copper and probably not the gold, actually. I'd need another station for that. Yes, I have a shelf of old hard drives behind me as well, because there's only room for so many in my computer. And yet I don't want to throw them away, because some of them are sort of a vaguely useful size. So, yeah, I definitely sympathise with that. Right, let's go over and have a look near the steel area. Steel processory. I feel like this is quite a nice area. There's a bit of space and it's got good connections to, well, everywhere. Ow. That was apparently a longer drop than I realised. So, yeah, if I built out from here, I could have a stack of stations. Actually, no, I couldn't. There isn't room to put stations in here. It's kind of, stations are always bigger than I expect. Unless I took the stations out into that area. No, I don't like it. It's already a bit too full over here. I think I won't build in this area. Over there is getting kind of full as well. Plus, okay. Over there is getting kind of full as well. There is a bit of a space over on the other side of that. This is one of the places where computers are getting taken to, actually, so that might be quite good. Building off to the other side of this area, that could work. On the plus side, if there's already stations there for stuff, then it means I don't necessarily have to put more stations in. On the other hand, I might end up using whatever resources up so quickly that the station can't keep up. So maybe over here, maybe borrowing some of these stations, not such a great idea. What have we actually got here? Let's have a look. We have nitrogen, motors, rubber, got rubber, aluminium, fuse frames, iron. What do I need? I need plastic, copper, gold, and rubber. No, there's not a lot of overlap here. The other option is build out in that area over there. I mean, that's not too bad. There's a nice rail links. I'd have to do something about this vacuum pipe along here. But yeah, I could branch out from there, go out into this area, and then build on top of the stations as I usually do. That seems reasonable, and it's nice and easy. It's nice and accessible as well. Right, let's give that a shot. So come down here. I sort of assume there's a turnaround point for trains down there. Yes, there is. The trains. Ooh. No, there isn't. Okay, well, I could put in a turnaround point for trains, so it's not the end. No, it's not. That's not a serious problem. Ooh. But yeah, this is a huge area. This looks like a good place just to whack in some stations. Right, let's get on with it. I should make a. I always say I should make a blueprint of a station, but there's no point because they're so big that the blueprint would only be about two things. That one. So we'll take that out, and I suppose that's out as well. Who needs a hypertube? We've got jetpacks and launcher matrons and stuff like that. So actually, let's put in the turnaround point first. So can we go from here? Will it let me do 3 off a single? Yes, I think it will. Excellent. So we'll have our crossover. Stop it. Behave. Crossover goes there. Hopefully. I'm not convinced by this. That's not turning 90 degrees in half the distance across. Oh, don't tell me I'm not going to be able to do a... 1, 2, 3... Yeah, there should be enough room. Let's put in some more foundation in case it's just not turning sharply enough. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So if we do that, and then from here to here, here to here. That's too far back now. Right. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to now spend the next 10 years messing with Satisfactory's unsatisfactory rail system, because that one's now too short. So I need to remove that and that signal. And then that needs to be as short as possible because I'm going to put another thing coming off there. Then we can do that. Then I can put the block signal back in again, which is a transport block signal. That's you. You go here. And we also need track from there to there. There we go. I have now repaired my my vandalism of this local area. Oh right, let's put one of these in the middle of here as well, just so a train going one way doesn't stop a train going the other way. Right, there we go. So from there, I'll be bringing the railway out about here. So let's just fill this whole area with concrete. Why not? Everybody loves a bit of concrete, especially the local wildlife. So that'll go to about there. That's fine. Now let's try to not cram things. I think part of the reason I usually struggle with my stations is because I try to cram stuff in too close together. So let's create a bit more space in all directions over here. We've got plenty of concrete, and if I run out, I can go and get some more. Concrete is not expensive. Let's put that over there like that. Right. So we're going to have along here. We're going to have another 90-degree turn, but I'm going to put that in, and it's going to be, and I'm going to join those all up later. But in temp. So anyway, so we're going to have another 90-degree turn. So that means I don't want to do any. I want to have my stations at least here in these blocks. And also from there, 1, 2, 1, 2. So probably about here. And as usual, I'm doing it from the exit first, sorry, the entrance first, which makes a logical sense when you're building it, but it means you have to guess a bit when you're with where you're going to put your actual entrance and exits. So that's there, and then there. It isn't more than 90. Yeah, it is more than 90 degrees. I'm going to fix that in a moment. But there we go. So there's my station. My hope is now that I can put in a 90-degree corner here, like that. I might, even despite everything I was saying, I might still have got that a bit too close. But let's see. Can we bring that out to the... there we go. Yeah, that's linked. So that's linked onto there. Now it's relatively easy because I can just follow. I can just copy these further and further out, and then put in a curve and then a straight, and it'll link onto there, and that will actually work, which is nice. Actually working is my preferred amount of working. So then another 90 degrees ish here, like so, and then is there anywhere along here? Yes, actually, interesting. It's not gonna. That's not gonna work though, is it? No. So I need to get rid of that piece and that piece and put in another 90 degrees here like that. Then I can join that to there and that, no, that to there, and all is well. I also need to put block signals. Let's have them on the way in here, just because otherwise things will get confused. And then definitely also on the way in and out of each of the stations. I hope I haven't created a problem here. Anyway, that is the hard part of doing stations. The rest is just rinse and repeat. Only need to be about this big. Oh, don't fall out of the sky, especially when you're over a bottomless pit of doom. Yeah, okay, up to the end of there. I say this every week, but I wish I could put down scaffolding in 2 dimensions at once. I suppose the answer to that is, again, make a blueprint of it. But, again, a blueprint isn't big enough. I'm hoping that... Yeah, I was worried about that as well, Regular. I hope so, but I don't really know how to tell. If I select that... yes, there's something suspicious happening in the middle here, I feel. You know what? I think because I don't trust this game, I'm going to dismantle all of that, and then this train will go through the station because that's the only way at the moment. And then I'll remantle it again. Has to be in 2 sections, but that's fine. Don't mind that. What? Oh, I see. I got the wrong side. Okay. There we go. So that is definitely linked in now. If it doesn't work, it's not my fault. Oh, there probably are mods time consuming. Yes, I haven't. I sort of didn't want to play with mods in this run through because it's my first time at playing this game. So I wanted to do a sort of a mod-free run initially. Oh, I've run out of computers. Which is ironic, given the whole point of this is to make more computers. Alright, okay, so we've got the basic... This is sort of the basic framework of a station now. It's obviously not remotely finished, but it's getting that way. We need 2 more... I need 2 more stations in here. Because we have 3 things to drop off and 1 thing to pick up. Oh... The rubber station needs to be bigger. Forgot about that. Okay, well, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. For now... No. I want to... for now, I want to put in some wall and then put in some ceiling. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Satisfactory, it is currently in early access. So I shouldn't be too rude about it. Because the devs, even the devs say it's not finished, it's not ready. 6, okay. But yeah, there are quite a few things that are unsatisfactory. Oh, that's true. Yes, if and when I build the new petrochem plant, then yes, that would make it a bit easier. Not quite big enough. Yes, I'm definitely very excited for the new Factorio content. There's a lot of things in there that I'm definitely going to enjoy playing with, and a lot of things that fix sort of little niggling issues that have been sort of slightly problematic in Factorio for quite a long time. But, I say problematic. They have been minor issues. I don't think any of them are sort of, oh my god, how has this only just been fixed? But little things like the bot pathing and bot common sense and that sort of thing. So yeah, there's definitely a number of things that have been that I'm definitely looking forward to, and I will be doing lots and lots of Factorio 2 streaming as soon as it comes out. And I think Space Age is going to be very interesting as well, because it's like it very much does seem like it's going to be space exploration, but for normal people rather than sort of masochists who want to play the actual full thing. So yeah, I think it's going to be very, very interesting to play. I'm definitely looking forward to it, and we'll be buying it basically as soon as it comes out. Yes, the raised rails are definitely. I'd say the raised rails are the bit that stands out as being the most the single most eye-catching item that they're offering in the new version. Oh, run out of concrete. Okay then. Right, I'm going to have to go back and get some more stuff, aren't I? I think that's going to be my next thing to do. So I forgot about the stations I was going to need when I started building. That's because, of course, I did. But I need 2 more stations. I need 2 more freight platforms, and I want to split the rubber off from the plastic. But there are a couple of rubber trains that are already going off to the other one. Maybe probably the best way is just going to be to make a new rubber pickup area to supply, basically just to supply this area. So yeah, I guess we'll do that. We'll need some of those as well. It's not bad. Actually, it's a good idea. Regular. Yes, let's leave a box behind. A chest of not actually shame. Oh, well, at first though, let's try and put in an air cannon thing. See if I've got the bits and pieces for that, for a hypertube cannon. I have. Excellent. Which way are you pointing? The wrong way. How about lining up? There we go. Put you there. And we need 1 more piece here for the spout. And then ideally, maybe 2 more over here for the run-up. There we go. Got enough for that. We do need power. That's going to be ugly for the moment, but perfectly doable. Just a bit ugly. Here's a question: if we don't have any power here, how do the red lights work? Answers on a postcard. Bzz. There we go. And then over here, I would like a little bit more. No, not entrance. A little bit more hypertube. Hypertube to about there, please. Up in the air and pointing up a little bit. Right, now, yes, box of stuff. That's it's an organisational thing. I want a personal storage box. Put you there. And in that we shall put, what should we put? All that, definitely those. On that. That's not too bad. It's created a lot of convenient space in my inventory now, anyway, and that's the most important thing. All right, this should now be, hopefully. Oh, wrong jetpack. As in, not the jetpack. Of course, now I can't tell what I need for all the stuff I'm trying to build because I emptied out my inventory. That was a bit of a fail. I can get a load more concrete though. Like that. I definitely needed computers. Definitely need computers. I'll take that, and then I'll come back again when I feel inevitably stupid because I've missed stuff again. Whee! Do I have the range to get to that sub-factory? I'm not quite sure. We'll find out as we fly over. I should put down another box and fill that up with all the concrete I brought, and then fill my own inventory up with all the miscellaneous useful that I brought as well. So like another one of them. Put that there. And in here, concrete. Boom. Hundreds of it. I'll take a couple of stacks back. And then, can I take all of this? Right, so I'm still short of stuff. You know what? That was such an easy flight. Let's just go back over and do it all again. And actually get everything I need this time. Yay. Please no. Right, so I am looking for stuff. Motors first off. Motors are here. A couple of stacks of them. Heavy modular frames, those are upstairs, like this. Thank you to whoever it was suggested I should make a heavy modular frame box last week. I think it was last week. Recently anyway. Because that was really useful. And much easier than the usual way of running along grabbing them off belts and things. Your copper sheeting. Your cable. No. Well, if you are, you're not doing very well. No, you're alright. Oh, it's over here. Ow. Bounced off the wall there. Take another stack of that. There we go. That seems to be enough. The mall area does seem to be working pretty well, to be fair. I do seem to be able to just come over here and grab whatever I want, pretty much whenever I want it, of all of the sort of the normal building supplies. Occasionally I come over and I go, ooh, that box doesn't look very full. But then usually by the time I come back and try and claim any of it, it's recovered. So yeah, it's going pretty well. Ooh, overshoot. Touchdown. Frames, please. There we go. Right, let's go down here. Let's get this station on this. Yeah. Oh. Ah. Let's try and get this all built up and try not to repeatedly fall out of the sky, because that's just annoying. Is that about the same sort of distance? The only reason I'm leaving a gap is so that I've got room for the elevators coming out of the stations. Looks about right. Close enough anyway. Maybe one more though. No, there I think is the right place. Yeah, the only reason I'm leaving these gaps is so that there's somewhere to put these elevators. The elevators that are coming off here and going up carrying the goods. Because if I don't, it looks. If I don't, it looks wrong, and it feels like I'm just making things go through other things, and I try not to do that. Right, there we go. Now there's actually power around here. I can fly around a little bit more without feeling so annoyed. That goes to that, and then that. When it builds, goes to there. Lovely. Now I can fly through here, and we need one more station. So that's can't see the marks. 1, 2, 3, at least 4. It's called. One, 2, 3, 2.5, 3, 4, 5. Station goes there. Freight platform goes there. Then we do the rails. Like that. Oh, and I need to do all the signals, or we're going to have some very confused trains knocking around out there. And probably clogging the place up and being untidy. Oh. There we go. Right. Oh, I've got signals on the... Oh, no, it's alright, because I put the signals on the entrance to the whole area, so it's not caused problems. That's convenient. No, not there. Needs more Control Z. Signal, please. Right, you. Go there. There. And there. Right. That is all my stations set up. So I've got 52 stations now in the game by the looks of it. Okay, so that's going to be plastic, copper, oh. Unless I do make it a bigger station for the plastic train, plastic and rubber train specifically, then I'm going to need a fifth one because it's 4 inputs and 1 output and I can't count. So let's go and put in one more. Two, 3, 4, 5. About there. Well, about there, really, but... why not? Let's go there. Why not? And then freight platform as well. Right, there we go. 5 stations. Ha ha ha. Numbers are hard. Not my fault. Could you draw nicely, please? I'll do. It's not quite straight, but The trains are only going slowly at this point because they've just come out of station, so it's fine. That's how trains work, right? As long as they're going reasonably slowly when you've done weird wiggly tracks, nobody cares. Oh, had an Uber ride earlier today. Actually, it was the probably the second worst Uber driver I've ever had. He was yeah, rather than he just seemed to never be actually maintaining speed nicely. He was just forever sort of gradually speeding up and slowing down. It was just sort of, oh god, stop it, drive properly. It'll be better for your efficiency of your car as well. It'll cost you less money and it'll be more comfortable for me. But no, it's dreadful. You'd think if you were a professional driver, you'd be a bit better at it, wouldn't you? But apparently not. I don't know why I assume that. I've seen quite a lot of professional drivers who are obviously terrible, but. Yeah. But on the plus side, my car has finally been fixed, so I can. Well, I wouldn't say so I can drive it again, but I can actually have a chance to get. It'll actually have a chance of getting through an MOT now in about a month or so when it's due. Shiny new catalytic converter fitted today, and it only took 6 months of shouting at the warranty company to get it actually done. I may have to make a video about that, shaming them and pointing out how bad they are. Have I? Oh no, two more rows, and then I'll have built the same shape above and below, and I can put some corner pieces in on the corner supports in, and make it look sort of tidy and stuff. So that's going to be walls. As long as I've got some iron, yes I have. Yeah, I grabbed some iron because someone suggested I should. Whoop! I've run out of battery. So no, not there. There, to there, to there. Lovely. And then over here we go from there to there. And there to there. And what I should really do is fall to my doom. What I also kind of want to do is run a support all the way down to the absolute nothingness below, but there is absolute nothingness below, so I don't think I'm going to be able to support on that. Go down from here, but it's all just poison and horribleness. I don't want to go down there. It's a silly place. This does not feel safe. I'll put that in as a sort of a nod to what I'm trying to do, and then maybe go and finish it off at some point in the future. How much power have I? Okay, I've just about got enough to maybe do a bit more of this. I'm rather paranoid about falling off, and can you blame me? Hello, Pelu. Welcome. I'm currently floating miles above a poison field, which is basically on the edge of an infinite bottomless pit. So I'm just trying to be careful. In fact, you know what? Let's have a little bit of health and safety along here. Do that, so just because it makes it feel a little bit safer. It doesn't really matter because I have a hover pack, but still, I feel like it's a good idea. So today's plan is to try and make the red computer things a little bit faster. And so to that end, I'm building a new computer building area, which is then going to require me to go off and set up a new oil processing area next week, because I don't think I'm going to get that far this week, being sort of vaguely realistic about it. But let's try and get some of this set up properly first anyway. So this is going to be plastic drop. No, it's not. It's going to be plastic drop computers. Comps. Oh no, we're running out of power as well. Well, apparently, so maybe I'm going to need to go and put in a another nuclear power plant at some point as well. That's going to be... Oh, some point might be quite soon, like in 20 minutes, or 6 minutes, or 29 minutes. I'm still not 100% sure whether blue means... Oh, I should be able to tell, actually. Consumption, yeah, consumption. Blue means charging, so it'll be fully charged in 13 minutes. it'll be discharged in 3.5 hours. Okay, so the discharge times are in the several hours, so definitely next stream. The charge times are varied. Great. But this is still a concern that we're very, very close to the limit on power use. What's naming them? Copper drop comps. Oh, I have to actually click on all of the buttons that I expect to close the user interface. Don't actually close the user interface. I have to actually click on the X. This will be gold drop comps. So E and I expect E to close it because of Factorio. I expect Escape to close it because I've been using computers for decades, and neither of them do. It's always actually click on the button up there, right? And then this is going to be computer pickup. Okay, those are my stations placed and named, and not very much more. So the next step is going to be up here, and presumably, how do I actually want to go about this? I mean, there's going to be 23 machines in a row, all producing copper sheets, feeding into 15 assemblers that are making circuits. Do I want to just... I think I probably want to blueprint them, just so that I'm not wiring up quite as much stuff by hand. But I think I probably want to dump it all onto one belt. 225 per minute is a lot, but it's not an unmanageable amount. If we look at the logistics, I mean that's just a tier 3 belt. That's absolutely fine. The biggest thing here is the 450 plastic, which is a tier 4 belt. So again, that's fine. And the 420 quick wire, but again, tier 4 belt. So, and potentially, how much copper do you need to make a copper sheet? I don't know. We'll find out later. Right. So yes, let's make a blueprint editor first. I think that's a special. Yes, there it is. Blueprint designer. Thump. Ta-da! Blueprint designer. Yeah. Can I load a blueprint? In fact, do I have a blueprint that I can start with for this? So this is just I've got quick wire maker actually. What do you look like? Well, that's kind of pointless, but okay. That is, I suppose, a start. Why did I even build this? I have no idea. And it's a step in the right direction, but it is a very, very small step in the right direction. Let's see how many I can fit across this thing. 1, 2, 3, it looks like 4. Okay. 4 is not an amazing number, but it's going to make things a lot easier. It's a lot easier than putting down one at a time. So I'll put 4 of these in like that. And over here we have the splitters. I'm not even thinking about whether these are the right way round. I probably should. I should think about what speed of belt I want along the spine here. I think this is going to be a tier 4 belt up the spine. Given the rate I expect to be producing quick wire at. There we go. Oh, and I need to actually feed it in to the machines. That would help. But that can just be tier 2 belts. That's fine. Ha! That's a very, very easy decision, Andon. I would say Factorio is by far the better game. I was going to slightly couch it in the game is the game that interests me more. But no, I think it's fair to say that Factorio is just straight up a better game. So yeah, which is why I've played somewhere in the region of 120 hours of Satisfactory and somewhere in the region of 2,500 hours of Factorio. Yes, I would say personally, in my opinion, etc., etc. Weasel words, weasel words. Factorio is the better game by a significant margin. That said, I'm not going to say I'm enjoying playing Satisfactory. It's not a bad game. However, if it was a choice between the two, as to which one has the more longevity, which one is more fun, which one I enjoy more, definitely going to be Factorio. Without a doubt. Okay, and that'll do for making copper sheeting as well, because it is just 4 assembly machines four constructors in a row. So I can use that one. So let's save this again now. Make it times 4. Save. Clear designer. Oh. Take stuff out of the box. Take all. There we go. Pick up this thing. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it. Satisfactory. It is certainly not a bad game. I am definitely enjoying playing it. However, I do not think it is as good as Factorio. That's basically based on. I think there is no game that I've played for anything like the amount of time I've played Factorio for. So clearly, in my opinion, there is absolutely no contest between Factorio and literally anything else. Yes, that way. So, I'm going to have elevators coming up from below to feed onto a bus. I'm then going to have the machines. I'm going to have a row of belts for the bus. I think I'm going to put these machines about here and reckon that's about as close as I'm happy to put them. Yes, exactly. Satisfactory will do until Factorio 2 comes out. Although that said, I am still busily playing Factorio 1 point whatever we're on at the moment with space exploration. So, so there is clearly plenty of there's still clearly plenty of appeal for Factorio 1 for me. Yeah, that is lined up. I don't know why I didn't think it was, but it just didn't feel quite right. Okay, so that's 8. I need 23. Let's do 2 rows of 12. How wide are you? You're about 3 wide, so we go 1, 2, 3, like that. How long are you? If that's not too personal a question. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that should be all right. So now I can put down another blueprint of the quick-wire 4, quick-wire times 4 specifically. It should just fit, and that is indeed lined up. Excellent. So actually these belts here technically don't need to be Mark IVs, but I might as well just for convenience. Right, so that is going to make a... I could loop the belt round the end and then feed the other machines in from the other side. No, I think it's easier just to do it separately. Right, back to my blueprint. Quick wire will make it times 4. Goes in here. Let's just keep them completely separate. Oh, and I've run out of iron rods. Oh, for goodness sake. What have I run out of iron rods for? What's using iron rods? I have no idea. Maybe it's the pylons. I think I gathered everything back out of this box. Not this box, this box. Yes, I did. Except the mining drills. I, of course, don't have any iron ingots in my inventory, do I? No, I don't. I don't have any iron anywhere. Well, I can sort of claim that I'm treating playing Factorio as a job, so so being a time sink is not a huge problem. Although that said, I do only play 4 hours a week, and we do have some other people, and I do have some other people helping as well. So yeah, we're doing, as you've probably seen, we are doing space exploration and Factorio 2, and yeah, I'd say it's taken us a while. We are close to 300 hours of game time in, which is more than that of actual real time. We've been going for about 2 years. At 4, let's say we've missed a few streams here and there, but then some of them have also run over and been a bit longer than the standard 4 hours that I normally expect a stream to be. So let's pretend for a moment that they cancel out perfectly. They won't, but we'll pretend. So 2 years at 4 hours a week. is 100 hours. So we've been playing for about 400 hours, and that's not including between 4 people. So 1,600 hours in total, and we're basically there. We're working on the final end game puzzle at the moment. We haven't done a victory ship yet, but I don't expect that to take very long once we manage the end game puzzle. It's not going to be too much of a challenge, I don't think. So yes, yeah. If you don't have 1,600 hours to spare, then K2SE might not be for you. But then on the other hand, if you just want a game that you can carry on, that you can play, and you can just carry on playing, and there'll always just be some more of it to get on with, maybe it is for you. Maybe 1,600 hours isn't actually a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing, because it just means you can start playing and you can just keep going. That's going to depend entirely on your appetite for long games, of course. Right, that is my quick-wire production. There are many like it, but this one is mine. That is kind of huge. Nope, no. I mean, none of it's powered, of course, because I'm not plugging anything in yet, because I'm aware I have a bit of a power shortage at the moment and probably need to go out and build another nuclear reactor, which makes me sad, because that was a pain to get running. It wasn't the reactor itself that was difficult. It was making the fuel for it fast enough that was frustrating. Right, so that's my... Okay. I actually only need 7 constructors making quick wire. I need 23 making copper sheet. So all of these need to be set to be doing copper sheet instead. And I need another row. Well, I need another partial row. 2 blocks that are actually making the quick wire. So, I mean, never mind. All of those machines are absolutely required. They're just not all required to make quick wire. Let's put that there. And again. Then again. What are you doing? Why are you being weird? Oh, you're too close that way. There we go. Another one there. And belt, and belt. And these are the ones that will actually be making the quick wire. All of these ones over here will actually be making copper sheeting, because I can't read my own instructions. So you actually, no, do that instead. How much copper does it take to make copper sheet? Oh, it takes 2 copper ingots to make 1 copper sheet. So we are going to be bringing in 450 copper ingots per minute in order to keep this satisfied. That's a lot. That is a lot of a lot. Okay, oh well, never mind. I decided I wanted to be ambitious, and apparently ambition is what we're having. Paste, 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 paste. Oh dear, ran out of something. Paste. Yeah, probably. There's a healthy copper supply at the moment, but I don't know if it's healthy enough to cope with another 450 a minute being taken away from it. I guess we'll find out, and won't that be fun? I'll probably need about 2 trains bringing it over to make sure it keeps up. And then we'll have a massive train jam over here, because I haven't built a stacker or anything, and I'll have to go, oh, okay, well, we'll extend that even further out. We'll put in a stacker so there's a bit more room for that, and then I shall go insane. As is traditional. Okay, so along here, you're a splitter, aren't you? Yes, so we're going to need a bus. Let's fall off the world. Let's go down this way, because it feels slightly less terrifying. Maybe I should put a health and safety landing pad or landing mat all the way around the edge of this, so somewhere to land on if you fall off. We're using the and not too far away from the these tracks to get power from them. Right. So you're. What even are you? I should be able. You should write. You're writing on. You are plastic. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for at this point. You're copper. Excellent. So I would like to have an elevator of the. 4 should actually be enough. I'll have that run up to there. Yeah, I could have bounce pad. No, I was more just thinking a lane of concrete on the outside. But to be honest, if I fall off there, I should at least be able to pull myself in and land in here, probably. Right, you're basically on this line here. Okay. So I'll come over to here and put in a conveyor floor hole like that. I could probably move that one further along. It's probably alright. Let's have a look up top. So if I then put a row of... Yeah, I think that should be alright. So I now need a belt, but it needs to be a Mark IV, going from there to... Oh, no, wait. I need an elevator there, but it needs to be a Mark IV, and it needs to be going up. There we go. Then... I need that belt going from there to there. And then on top of here... Yeah, I need to... Yes, I then need to put in my... What are they going to do? They're going to do splitters. So we'll put copper in at the ground level because I'm lazy and why not? So put you there. Can I put... No, if I put it there, it probably won't... I'll put it there because I think that's the closest I can get it without it breaking. And I'll put you there and upgrade you a couple of times like that. There we go. Yeah, that's linked on now. So that suggests that's the right distance away. I can now do another one of these in line with that. Over here and in line with that. Yes, that looks good. And that's the correct way around as well. Excellent. And then there to there, there to there. Copper! Hooray! Copper, load of that. And then we have another one. Hang on. Have I got this right? Yes, I have. Excellent. Sudden paranoia that I was feeding copper up the output belt, but no, it seems to be correct. And there. And there. Yeah, because those are all inputs. That seems to be right. Then we'll find the gold. We'll put that in a level up. And, well, it'll have to be about here, I guess. Why don't they snap? It's supposed to snap. Oh well. Do that. And then, can I put an elevator on here? It goes down to there. No. Okay, so I need to double this like that. If I want to be able to put an elevator. Or actually, alternatively, you know what? I bet a belt could go from there to there. Yeah, that's fine. One level is okay because you can use a belt doing that. More levels is okay because you can use the elevator. So this should be fine. Next thing is to find where the gold comes in and put that one on the next level of the thing. So here we go. Here's the gold. Elevator goes from there to here, here, here. You are bang on the central line of these flags. So come over here now, and I want to put in another floor hole like that. Is that in line with the other one? Probably. Hopefully. I'll put another one of these in here, pointing that way. It's a 4. It's pointing inwards. Excellent. Do that, and then a belt over from there to here, and then I can come up top side again. You would point that way because you're copper. You will go that way because you are going to be the gold. And then you on here like that. Excellent. Oh, and shoop. It just fits perfectly. Like a glove. That's foundation. I don't want foundation. I want that. I want that. Belt Mark 4 going from there to there. It's a bit encroachy, but I feel like you should be able to fit a belt to the top of a a splitter. It's not quite right, but thank you, regular. Yeah, it sort of makes sense. All right, so that's my gold coming in. So now the next thing to think about would probably be getting the actual processed resources out from where they're going down. They're going down to the other end. So now then we'd want to bring them round and combine them with the plastic, or combine the copper sheets with the plastic in order to make the circuits. And then we combine that with the quick wire and the rubber in order to make the computers. Okay, this isn't too bad. So I need a blueprint of assemblers now. Let's have a look, see if I've got one of those already. Yes, that probably is. Yeah, reinforced iron plates is an assembler construction. Screws are not. Dual assemblers, that's probably also... Let's have a look at this. No, okay, no, that's multiple steps. That's not what I wanted at all. The dual assemblers is probably what I'm looking for. Yeah. And I'm missing iron plate. How am I missing iron plate? Oh, it's probably I'll probably use low tier belts in there. Alright, let's edit the blueprint and find out what's going on with that. So, blueprint designer, la 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 la. Come down here, configure the blueprint designer. I would like to load a blueprint. I would like it to be the dual assemblers. I don't care. What sort of blueprint editor doesn't let you edit things you can't make? Because I want to go into here, I want to edit it in order to remove the bits that I can't make and upgrade them into bits that I can make. Because I only need 12 pieces of iron for this. That's not a lot. I guess I could go and pull up some walls and get some iron back from that. And yeah, that's the only thing I'm missing. So let's go and do that then. Those health and safety walls I put in earlier may have to go. Or alternatively, I could just pull out one of these. How much do these cost anyway? These are 2 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, that'll be enough to go off and open this blueprint. Come over here. Right. Load a blueprint. Dual assemblers, yes. Clonk. Right, it's going to be because all of these are... or there's a load of tier 1 belts in here or something, isn't it? Or maybe not, actually. No, maybe it's the splitters and things that take the... Let's check that. I bet it's splitters, actually. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, these all take a certain amount of iron. Okay. Well, all of the input belts need to be upgraded to tier 4 anyway, which is all of this side. So let's do that while we've got it here. I'll come back and do the elevators. The elevators in a moment. Lifts, sorry. Actually, is in English. Yeah. So you are to be a Mark IV, and so are you. There we go. On the output side, we only have 105 coming out. Oh, yeah. Those didn't actually. The elevators don't need to be upgraded. There's no point in having them as Mark IVs. Let's bring them back to Mark IIs. And the same for those belts. Yeah, there's no point in those being ridiculously fast because it's only the spines that need to be really quick. Okay, then over here. Yeah, inputs on the side, output on. All my designs seem to bring in the inputs at the beginning. They don't loop back, so they'll bring in inputs at this side and then they'll spit the outputs out at the far end as well. That seems a little bit weird. I don't know why I'm designing them like that. But it's at this point it'd be an effort to change it, so I'm probably not going to. Just out of curiosity, how much? Oh, actually, I could put in a third one. Yeah, let's put in a third one because I need 15, so this will be a little bit easier. Except I've run out of goddamn iron plates. Let's go and get some more iron plates, because I'm going to need to build this 5 times over. So having the resources to do that would actually be quite useful. Let's also then have a little bit of a look at how much power we're using. See if that's recovered. Whether I am in a sort of a, oh dear, I'm going to have to make more. No iron plates. There's no iron plates up here. They're further down. Whether I'm going to have to make another reactor or not. I'm virtually certain I am going to, and I am kind of resigned to it. But I'm still mildly annoyed by the need. I don't know why this is something I have to do while I'm over here, incidentally, but yeah. Ooh, no, heebly-jeeblies. Yeah, they're really, really close together. All right, let's check the man while we're here. Although I don't know why, I don't think I need cast screws anymore because I'm not making this screws. However, I am at some point going to do something else that requires screws, I'm sure. Alternative electric motor. And again, it's using the EM control rods. That's just straight up worse. I think. Feels worse anyway. Iron ingots and coal to steel ingots instead of. It's a little bit cheaper. It's almost worth it for the cheapness of it. Again, also similarly, almost worth it for the cheapness. Because instead of one, yeah, that would be really, really good if I discovered it about 40 hours ago, I think. That would have been a really useful recipe. But at this stage, everywhere that's making wire is just is already set up, and it's relatively easy. It just takes a lot of copper. And going around and rejigging everything to use the new recipe will be an enormous headache. So I know the old recipe will still be there, so I won't have to rejig stuff, but I won't get any benefit from it if I don't. That said, this is the best recipe out of the 3, so I'm going to take that one. Because I have another hard drive in this box. I said I have another hard drive in this box. There it is. And some candy canes, but they're not so useful for this particular thing. So let's do another hard drive. There we go. A little bit more that way, please. It's very peaceful flying through the air with the greatest of ease. Flailing hands make me agree. Right, let's... nope, not that one. That one. So we want to put in another one of these over here, like that. I said like that. There we go. And I can put a... Yeah, belt 3 is probably going to be enough for this. It's going to be belt 3 is easily going to be enough for this. No, that. I am making these blueprints a lot more complicated by saying, yeah, let's use lots and lots of different types of belts on them, but I'm also saving quite a lot of resource, so I don't feel too bad about it. There's no point in massively overspeccing the belts when they don't need to be. Right, how did I build this? Oh, right, I see how I build this, yeah. So it's just that, and then hat it with one of these guys. Like that, yep. And then an input belt along there. And input belt down there. Right, there we go. That's now a 3-assembler blueprint. Lovely. Oh, I need to power would be useful actually, wouldn't it? None of it's powered. Huh. Normally I try and make sure I put in a pylon in these designs, but apparently this one I didn't for whatever reason. Let's put that there. and then I can link it up to all the machines. And then when I want to power it up, I can just come along and link all the pylons together, which is a thing I haven't done over here. Let's rectify that. So you need to go to, where is it? There it is. There. And also we'll also link you to there and to there and to there and to there. Oh wait, there's another one down there somewhere. There it is. Bink. And there. That does feel like rather a lot of machines, especially when I'm then going to come along and put in 5 copies of this as well. Anyway, Blueprint Designer, I would like to call this triple assemblers, I think, because I am imaginative. Assemblers, yeah, fine, sure, whatever. Dismantle? Oh, fine. Clear Designer. Close that. Now pick up the. Now can I pick it up? How do I have that like that? Yes, excellent. Right, so I now need 5 copies of that blueprint. Let's give that a try. That's the triple assemblers. Which go. They probably go like. Hang on, what's the other thing that's coming into this? Plastic. I could bring the plastic up on the other side and have the. Yeah, let's do that. So I'll put this in technically the wrong way around. No, I won't. No, let's just leave a gap down the middle and keep things consistent and sensible. So it's going to go about there. So there's a gap down the middle here to bring the belt through of the. What are you? No, just don't fly, please. I'm going to have to hook this up just so I can fly properly, even if it's going to use more power. There we go. Oh, it's removed my blueprint because I presumably because I flew too far away from it. Right, let's try this again. Blueprint, triple assemblers. Goes about. Ideally, it would go about here. I think that's all right. I think we'll be able to get the inputs in like into there. So there's one. We can put another one in over here somewhere somehow. That looks like it's probably right. Or have I left? No, I left a massive gap. Okay, interesting. With the constructors, you can put these sort of ground plates they've got around the bottom of them. You can put them almost up together, but the assemblers need a little bit more space between them. I guess because they've got this sort of octagonal housing right in the middle there that takes a bit more space. Anyway, that's 2 of those. I think we'll be putting in two rows of these. Is that going to be enough? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yes, it is. I think. Let's find out. Yeah, I'm going to need 2 rows of these in order to get enough machines down, but that's not a problem. Line up. Yeah, there we go. So those are that's my first 9. That's going quite well. Link that and and that. There we go. And that and that, and then also link that to there and to there and to there. They're apparently not programmed. That's fine, actually. Yes, I hadn't programmed them, and so probably having empty assemblers is a good way to do it. So you are going to be making, what was this? Circuit board, wasn't it? Yes, circuit boards, plastic and copper. Circuit boards. So we're going to copy this across here, and these machines now are all completely happy, ready to go. They just need some input, and so I just need to finagle all the belts together. Also, oh, actually, wait. We need another 2, another 2 blocks of this. Oh, and they need output belts. That's a power line. Want a belt? There we go. Belt, 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 belt. So yeah, we're getting there. But with this being such a large and ambitious build, I need to put down another 2 copies of my. Where is it? That's my hypertube cannon. Dual screw, dual assemblers, cable, triple assemblers. There we go. That one. Which I would like to line up here as close as I can get away with. Probably. So yeah, I think that's probably right. Oh, and I've run out. I've run out of cables. All right. Well, never mind. Is that lined up properly? No, it's not even lined up properly. Yeah. Get rid of that. Okay, let's see how. I don't know. We've got a bit of headroom in the power now, but it's not a lot. And we've been dipping into the we've dipped a couple of percent into the batteries. That doesn't make me very happy or very comfortable. I think I'm going to have to go off and risk the whole nuclear area again, just because I know that when all of this kicks in, that's probably going to get quite power hungry. Just because it's bound to. We're going to be using a lot of power just to run all of these machines. So I should probably try and get a bit ahead of the problem. And go over and investigate setting up some more nuclear power. So let's go over there and have a look at some numbers, shall we? If I go like this, can I make it all the way over there? Maybe. It's worth a try, at least. Yes, that's correct, Sophia. Everything is made from components. You don't do a sort of it's not like Factorio where you say I need an assembly machine and you bring in an assembly machine. Everything is made. It's like you pocket craft everything. Yeah, all of your machines you pocket craft as you build them, or rather you say I want to build this building, and it throws all of the materials at where the building is going to go, and it gets produced. So even if you build a massive blueprint or something like that, yes, it's all made from the sort of raw materials. You do indeed get all the stuff back when you disassemble, yes. In the same way that if you pull up a building in Factorio, you get the building back. But yeah, but unlike, and in the same sort of way, if I build, for example, what's a good example? Something like a manufacturer, for example, that takes 5 motors, 10 reinforced frames, 50 cables, and 50 plastic. I can't turn those cables back into wire, even though wire is turned into cables by an assembly machine or by me at some point. And I can't make the building out of wire. So it's a sort of a weird in between. You need all the components for the machine, but you can't make those components. So yeah, cable is a good one because a cable is just made out of wire. If I look in here at the recipes for parts, cable is made out of 2 pieces of wire makes a cable. Fine. But if I had an inventory full of wire, which is made out of copper ingots, incidentally, I wouldn't be able to use that to build the manufacturer. Yes, the mining drills are a bit weird. We won't touch on those just because it would confuse the issue a little bit, I feel. I'm also running very, very low on radiation filters, so I should probably sort that out before I go off and do anything else. Anyway, down here, you use 0.2 per minute. So we're using 0.4 fuel cells per minute at the moment. This machine, when it's running flat out, makes 0.6. Okay. So this machine is capable of producing the fuel rods fast enough for us to have a third reactor. The problem is, we're not making encased uranium cells fast enough to keep up with that, and so that's this one. This is the problem child. So over here we see if I wanted to do that 3 of those, I would need 90. No, if I wanted this to run flat out, I would need 30 per minute. and you are making 25 per minute, which is nearly 30, but is not actually 30. It does, however, have plenty of input in it, so I think this is a perfect candidate for a doom slug. So let's get out of the radiation cloud and build an assembler, a construction bench, and build and make a speed module. So that would be a. I never know which of these two it is to build something. I think it's the craft bench. We'll find out in a second. I would like to make a dooms. No, yeah, here we go. Power shard. Make me one of those. Clang, 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 clang. There we go. Amazing, I got the right one. Right, if I now flit back over here again, and go, hello you, I would like you to have a power shard. There we go, and we'll run you at 150% speed. So you are now going to be making 37.5 per minute. 37.5 is more than 30. So this should mean that we're golden. This should now run well enough. In fact, this should now run fast enough to keep that happy. Now, I didn't. It's possible that some of these are going to have slight shortages in the future. But sulfuric acid, for example, does not seem to be refilling. Yeah, sulfuric acid now needs to be faster. So we need 60 a minute of that. Is that because I increased this, or is that despite the increase? Yeah, 60 per. So we need 60 per minute. This is making 50 per minute, and 50 is less than 60. So I need to go and find more doom slugs. How are the inputs on this? The inputs all look. Wait, not you. You're making batteries. That's not the one I care about. Is it this one? This is the one I care about. This is not. This is only chucking it out at 50 per minute, and that needs 60, and this needs some as well. Oakley dokely. No, put that away. Right, so I need to go and find another doom slug in order to make another speed module. Now I think there are probably some back at the main factory. So let's head back over there, see if I can find a slug over there and make something useful out of it. Yape. Please no. Switch jetpacks, and we'll head back over to the factory. And in fact, you know what? While we're over there, let's say I would like to build another. True, some acid is refunded, but that's probably that is probably going to be all be going into the batteries. So I think I would be happier making this a little bit, making it faster. And we need a load of alclad for this as well. Whee! Fall in the right place. Lovely. Lovely enough, anyway. Right, I need 1, 2, 3 stacks of that. Ha ha ha. I apparently need some concrete. I'm going to get some. How much? Sort this because I can't tell what's going on here. Right, I can make lots of tier 2 belts. I can make a decent amount of tier, quite a lot, even more tier 1, load tier 3. That's going to be fine. Yeah, the being lobbed around by the cannon thing is absolutely fantastic. I think while I'm over here, I should try and put together some more radiation filters, and that probably means some more gas filters. So that's rubber, coal, and cloth. So I need to get some rubber and some coal. So I've got some cloth, and then after that, that's also some copper wire. Do I have? Oh, I've got some of those boxes. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. I need coal, and I need rubber, and I need gold cable, gold wire. Gold wire is here. Yoink. There is coal available through here. Actually, there's rubber available up here. No. At least there's rubber available up here when I press the right button. That's the hardest part of it. This is why I end up with rubber and gold and coal in my inventory. It's from making filters to try and keep myself alive. And then down here we go. Here's coal. I'll just grab it out of here because it's easier. Take a stack of it like that. Then buzz through here. Ow. Try and buzz through. Got kicked from a belt there. That was quite convenient. Then it's you, I think. Equipment workshop. I want to make... Yes, here we go. Gas filter. So I'll make the full 20 of those. What I'm going to run out... Fabric is the first thing I'm going to run out of, I think. Yes. And then I could turn some of those into the radiation filters as well. Right. I feel like having half and half is probably a good thing. So let's take this down to... What's it going to be? 33, 15, 16 of the iodine filter. Maybe slightly more, actually, because I do seem to end up in... I seem to end up in radiation a lot more than I end up in poison. And I think that's because there's radiation in the factory, whereas if I end up in poison, it's because I'm either travelling or I've gone outside or something like that. So that'll do for now. Let's empty out the other components for making those things, because I don't need all that coal, or the rubber, or the gold. So I'll put all that in here. Where is it? Don't need that. Don't need that. Where's the coal all gone? Seems to have. Okay. Not a problem. And concrete. More. Still need. Oh, there's loads of concrete over. Oh no, there's loads of concrete over in the other area that I was working in. There is not loads of concrete in the areas I'm about to be going to. So let's take a load of that. Let's take another stack because I'm probably going to want to build some flooring for that to go on. And right now we can go off and find the alclad, which comes from somewhere completely different. Yes, you're quite right. I do need some gold wire. Yes, quite right. Sure. I should have some actually, though. I'd have thought. I can't see it, but I should have some because I grabbed a stack. Maybe I used more than I had left and then disposed of the rest of the stack. That's probably what happened. Alclad is that one. That one over there. Let's go there. Oh, I put 900 in. Okay, that'll be why then. Lucky it's cheap. Gold's very, very cheap. Where does the Alclad go? Which station? Ow. This station. Hello, could I have 2 stacks of Alclad, please? Thank you. I'll stop off here because the jetpack probably won't get me the whole way up in a single jump. There we go. Right. Now, the question is, how brave do I feel? Because this is pointing completely the wrong direction. I want to go over there. No, let's not. I'm not brave enough to try and get over there with this sort of momentum. I don't think it'll work. But I will try and fly through all the way through here. Oh, it didn't work. I was trying to be cocky and fly between the belts, and I flew straight into one of them. Oh dear. I do feel like having all these Christmas decorations up still might be bad luck. Maybe that's why things are being difficult. Poof. Right, that one. Go there. Maybe I should just order an Uber to take me over there. I have to say, even with the slightly uncomfortable driving, Uber did better than Bolt this morning. So I started off. I had a look at both apps, and Bolt said they could get me home for 13 quid, and Uber was about 20. So I thought, okay, well let's use the cheaper one because that makes sense. And then I thought, right, we'll try and use Bolt, see what happens. Give it a shot, and then as soon as I every time I booked with them, why is there a blue glow here? Must be the reactor. Whenever it booked, it then went up and said, oh, by the way, actually, we're going to charge you twice what we said we were going to charge. And no, I went, no, you're not, and cancelled it. And I tried it a second time, just in case it was a sort of an aberration or something. But no, it turns out they were playing Bolt and Switch with me. So I was rather unimpressed, and then used Uber. So turns out Uber are the more moral of the two rideshare taxi companies, which I don't know. I didn't ever expect to describe Uber as moral, or as the more moral one of the more than one thing. Right, so there we go. Now I'm taking a lot of radiation damage here, which is unfortunate, but sort of also kind of inevitable while I'm working down here in the nuclear area. I say radiation damage. I'm not taking any actual damage. Why am I not flying? There we go. I'm just getting irradiated and the filters are having to work hard. Let's put another pylon in over here because I can't fly. I want to be able to fly. Flying is fun. Oh, almost certainly not. Almost certainly won't have enough water. But there is a really, really big lake out there, so I think I can put some more pumps into it and it'll be fine. Can we light? No, apparently we can't line you up. Right, what is going on here? That goes. Huh? So the. Oh, it's high. Is it higher up? Yes, it's higher up. No, don't be higher up. Please don't be higher up. What's underneath this? Oh, it's you. It's that pylon I just put in. I probably haven't got enough for the pumps, if I'm being honest. We'll find out though, won't we? And I'll rage a little bit and then head all the way back over to the main base to go and get some more, because that's how I roll, apparently. Can we put you in just plus? Is this the same height? Yeah, so put you there. Is that right up against the other one? It's not quite right up against it. What is going on? This whole game is supposed to be built on a grid, I'm sure of it. Oh, it's the other way around as well. That'll be why. Boop, boop. Now it's way up in the air. Could you please just stop being difficult? I know gesturing in 3 dimensions with a 2-dimensional pointing device is a little bit awkward. There we go. I think that's at the same level. Yeah, there we go. That's where I want to put it. Chucking all the stuff at it. There we go. Yeah, the rock on the right is a bit awkward. Ooh, why did everything go red? I think it's just sunset. It's a rather abrupt sunset. Where's my splitter? There's my splitter. Yeep. I've fallen out the sky again, as is traditional. This area, despite being my power generation area, doesn't have all that many pylons around for me to use for, well, flight. Actually, yes, I was going to say let's not put the splitter on there. Let's not put the elevator from there because it's an unnecessarily long belt. It is an unnecessarily long belt, but it means we'll get an even split of all of the fuel going to all of the reactors. This is going to be the most spaghetti belt in quite a lot of spaghettiing. I don't mean, actually it's not that spaghetti, it's just weird and wiggly. But never mind. Right, there we go, that's plugged in. That's now, I think this is now everything, has now everything except the water it needs. And the fuel, of course. The fuel will arrive eventually. In fact, what I could do is I could fly over to this machine. I could grab half of them, give them those back, and I can put these into here, like that. There we go. Now I just need water for this thing. Oh, waste output. Good point. Thank you. Yeah, actually, let's check how the waste output is going. This is a lot of radiation over here. That one's full. That one. Ah, okay. So we're about 50%, up to 50% capacity with the waste output. Yeah, waste output I don't care about splitting and doing anything like as evenly. So we'll split a merger like that. Then we'll have a belt come round from here and then up to like that. This is horrible spaghetti-y, but never mind. Then I need to have a pipe. Logistics, pipe. I don't. How much water do you use? You use 240 per minute, and a pipe 1 is 300 minutes. Okay, cool. We'll use that then. So you go from there to down here. And we run you round here. Then I fall out of the sky again. Let's just put pylons everywhere so that I can actually fly, shall we? I should probably also go around and cut down some of these trees because they're kind of in the way. Ooh, can you put pumps in moving water? Probably. But let's not. Let's put them down here. What have I got? I've got 4... No, I've got two pumps per reactor. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not bad at all. And yes, I do have all the bits and pieces I need for them. Ye of little faith. One there. One there. That's probably close enough. Oh, did I? Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing I may well have tried. I'm happy to believe you when you say that. Right, so put that across there. Then I would like a cross there. And then... what the hell is that? I would like a cross in there, but I would like it to be actually horizontal because anything else is weird. Are you horizontal? Yes, you are horizontal. Okay, nice. Then... can I run that from there to on one of the... yes, I can. That's fine. Lovely. Point it more that way, though, because that's the way we're going. And you go to, I guess, to here. And here. And then we just follow it round like this. With a little bit of a snaking. And we should be able to come through here and find that pump. Lovely. That pipe even. Right. There we go. That is a water connection. Now, it's not going to work very well at this point because it needs power and the extractors need power, and we also need to put a pump in here, otherwise it's not going to get anywhere. That seems to be the correct way around, so put you there. So we're going to need a load more power over here. That's got 2 of 7 used. Excellent. So we'll just seal some more of this pylon. 3, there, and there. Now, this should... yep, I can hear everything spinning up down here. This pipe is empty, but that's because the extractors are spinning up, I think. So here we go. Okay, they are producing water now. Lovely. That piece of pipe is full. Excellent. So now we then try and fill up this piece of pipe, and this seems to be going quite well. Let's head up, see how we're doing. We've still got 14 of my radiation filters left, so that part is going quite well. I'm not dead yet. I can dance and I can sing. No water has actually reached this thing yet, but that's okay. It takes a while. Pipes this size, it's going to take a while to fill them up. There, you can see that now filling up quite quickly because it filled the ones below that up now. So now we're filling this pipe up. Blub, 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 blub. Which means we'll probably also be filling this pipe up because it's at the same height, conveniently. And then once those are full, then we can start to push it up this raised bit here. So there's a little bit in here at the moment. It's being slurped out already, but it looks... no, there isn't. So yeah, we need to pump a bit... We need the pump to run for a little bit longer, just to fill everything up, and then we should... yeah, okay, there we go. That's actually that pipe's actually full now, which means this one should be filling up. This one's full, so this should be filling up. There we go. There's the water coming in and getting consumed as well. So that's going well now. And there you can see the amount of power we have available has gone has shot up rather nicely there, and we now have... well, we did briefly have a comfortable amount of electricity available. Oh, hey, Cobalt, welcome. Congrats on surviving the flights and all the delays and the Ryanairs and all the other fun stuff you've been dealing with. Right, so this does seem to be going up. Each time it flicks downwards, it flicks down from higher. So it's got up to about 35 that time, 37 that time. Now it stopped filling up. What? Why have you stopped filling up? What's going on? What the hell? I mean, it's mostly working, but I saw some hiccups. And I don't like seeing hiccups like that. But it's got to 28 that time and 32 that time. And yeah, this does seem to be probably okay. With any luck, there is fuel coming through this whole system. He says, looking at the belt, the lifts, which are completely empty. Can we have some? Could we perhaps have some fuel? That would be nice. Now I know it's not being made particularly quickly, but I'd expect to see a little bit on in the system being made. Let's try and get back up there and have a look at what's going on. Shoomp. Going up. I find that sort of not reassuring. The opposite of reassuring, unassuring. The fact that the gates can't are so, or maybe it's maybe you've changed. I mean, maybe you still look like basically the same person. I don't know. This is we're still not getting any encased uranium fuel cells. Oh, there's some. 41, 42, 43, 43. So we need 30 per minute of these, and this should be making 37 per minute. There's a shortage of sulfuric acid, kind of. Yeah, the sulfuric acid is still short. Oh yeah, we're expecting the sulfuric acid to still be short, aren't we? And yes, exactly. It never slugged the acid maker. That was a weird sentence, but it's spot on. Right. Okay. Let's go slug hunting. So a quick look around here, see if we can see any of the sort of the auspicious or suspicious, depending on how you look at it, glow of a slug. And if not, I'll head back to base because I'm pretty sure I've stockpiled some there. There's one. Blooming miles away though. That's gonna be harder to get to than getting back to the main factory. I discovered a couple of days ago, or I may have seen it before, but anyway, I re-noticed a couple of days ago that my phone's gallery mode has a function where it will identify people. So I can tap on somebody's face and say open all pictures of me or something like that, or all pictures of my mum or whoever. And at a quick glance, it seemed to be sort of vaguely accurate. And then I investigated a little bit further, and apparently me in sunglasses are different people as far as it's concerned. So I don't think it is Google Photos. I think it's probably Huawei Photo Gallery. But it may well use. No, I don't think it does use Google Photos as a backend, because I don't think I don't think my pictures are on Google Photos. They're certainly not en masse. There might be a few of them there. This is probably just the Huawei equivalent. No, this is the wrong machine. Yeah, I guess that implies that you don't look all that different from before, and I can't comment. I haven't seen you either pre or post, but in here, this is where I'm looking for. But yeah, it makes sense based on my on what I've seen in the past. There we go. Let's make some of those. Yeah, but apparently when I'm wearing sunglasses, I am a different person according to my phone. So yes. Let's put those slugs back. There we go. Right, let's go slugging. Also, when I noticed some of my friends, when they're wearing very, very heavy makeup because they've been in a show like, say, The Addams Family, where we were all basically zombies. At that point, it can't tell the difference between, it thinks people are different people. But that somehow seems fair enough. Yeah, just me and suspicious sunglasses are apparently, yes, as I say, we are completely different people. Right, so yes, it was the sulfuric acid maker, which is this machine over here. I want to be better, so have one of them. like that. So now we've got 75 per minute. These machines, so this one is trying to use 50 per minute, and this one is trying to use 60 per minute. So it's actually 110. Although this spits out 15 per minute. So it's actually only using 45. So if I put a second slug in here and have this run at 100, try and produce 100, then that should be enough to keep both machines running flat out and have a little bit of spare to, fill the pipes up a bit. So yeah, let's do that. As long as the I think sulfur is just coming in off a belt. That's probably going to be all right, and if not, then I need to worry about it somewhere else. So I'm sort of okay with that for now. I'm not familiar with the Perry the Platypus, so I don't know what you're getting at there. Oh, probably, yes. There's a pipe going underneath there. Is that the output from over here? No, the output from over here comes over the top. What? I think, it's the underground pipe. The underground pipe is the nitrogen. No, that's still sulfuric acid. What the hell? Oh, that's going over there to that machine. Right, fine. Okay. So, yes, it probably will clog the acid reflow around here. And I don't really know what to do about that. Because, as has been previously discussed, Satisfactory has no concept of priorities, especially for fluids. And you can prioritise a little bit, and I've done that. So I think I've sort of done that over here with this pipe going underneath, because I think that means that the acid will dribble down there and we'll prioritise for going to that machine before this one. However, we've got lots of batteries over here, so maybe that's not true. Oh, true, I could bring that... Yeah, but the problem is, at the moment, we're not making batteries. So we're actually only using 45 per minute over here. And then and then this machine isn't using any acid, so limiting this to 45 per minute won't actually help. I'll bring it back down to a 75. And we'll take a look at this and see how it's going, because, yeah. Okay, yeah, we now have enough to make 2 at a time. We have enough to make 2, and nearly enough to make 3 then. This is a weird problem. Although it's a fairly familiar one, because it keeps happening, because I can't prioritise stuff. So yeah, it won't be perfectly balanced, whether it should be or not, because it's not making batteries. So yeah, that's the problem. Maybe the answer is probably put in a tank over here, and then it'll take longer for it to become a problem, but it will still become a problem just as easily. So yeah, I don't know how I can manage to not. There's some batteries are being used. I don't know how I can not cause problems over here, because either I produce in the amount to keep this machine running and this machine alone. I suppose the answer is you have a second machine making sulfuric acid for the battery production, and you. But then if we at the point where we end up with enough, if we end up with enough uranium fuel cells, so this machine stops running, then you would have a completely full output of belt pipe along here, and when this runs, it wouldn't be able to output its output. So I don't know how you get around that. I think there just isn't a good way. It's one of those sort of unsatisfactory things. Is that a valve? No, it's just pipeline 2. Pipeline 1, sorry. Looks funny though. Oh no, it is a valve. Okay. I could sink. Yes, I suppose I could sink overflow batteries, but that doesn't seem like a good solution to me. I don't like that as a solution. Because I don't know how much sulfur I've got coming in for one thing. I mean, it doesn't seem to have had any problems yet. It's probably coming in by train, but I don't know where from. Or maybe it's coming in from a... Oh no, there's a sulfur mine over there somewhere. It's a... Yeah, I mean, in theory, yes, you can sink waste products, so that, as you say, so the machines always run. But I feel like that's a really crap solution. I don't like it. I'm going to put in a tank over here just to store any excess and overflow, because I don't know what else to do. And I know you've told me what else to do. That's oh yeah, actually yes, put this in up here. Better, right, take that back out again. What if I take one of these and I put it like that, so the output for what I don't want is the output is pointing upwards. What if this actually lets me put in a pipe piece where I want to put in a pipe piece? That'll do. Or if I put that there, and then I have a pipe come out of here and go down to there, like that. So in theory, that should only ever be used if there isn't room for the acid to trickle away down here. And it's just a sort of an emergency overflow that'll go into here. Yeah, there's a 3-second limit slow mode on. Oh, I don't know if there is on Twitch, but there's a 3-second slow mode, certainly on YouTube, to prevent the sort of, because when I first started streaming, YouTube spam would tend to be a burst of 10 messages that were just full of emojis and with a URL in the person's name. So in order to at least reduce that, I put in the 3-second mode. Yeah, just like that. That sort of spam. What are we not? Why are we not making stuff over here? It's interesting. Versatile frameworks. Why are you not so versatile? Oh, you are. You're just insufficiently. What? You're just a bit slow. It's 5 per minute. 2.5 per minute. Okay, yeah. So my ratios are out here. Fair enough. This is. I don't care. These are being made faster than any of the other things that I need for the. For the space elevator's hungriness, so I don't care. And thank you, Tristan, for dealing with the spam. Unfortunately, it still appears on the stream, so you guys will just have to talk a little bit more until it gets pushed off the bottom. Right, let's find a pylon to have a look at. Here's a pylon. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, so there we go. There is now a healthy gap between consumption and capacity. So at this point, I'm happy to go off and start trying to turn things on. Okay, Cobalt. Well, catch you later. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, once again, my phone can't tell the difference between me saying okay to other people and saying okay to it. It's not very smart for a smartphone. Oh, go away! I don't want a console. Right, there we go. Right. Where even? Oh, I remember where I was. I was over there. Can I get over there? No, doubtful. Let's go over here and then use a series of tubes in order to get to where I want to go. Can we? Yes, kind of. Right. Part of me sort of wants to replay Satisfactory right from the beginning with a slightly better understanding or a slightly better approach to building things. However, part of me didn't enjoy the game quite enough to do that. Maybe when they release when they actually do a final release of it and it goes to version 1.0, maybe then I'll revisit it and play with some mods as well. Yeah, well, it's my fault. I aimed all of the cannons, so if they lob me in an unhelpful direction, then it's that's on me. Right, where was I? Okay, so we've got a copper drop here that I haven't hooked. No, we've got a copper drop I have hooked up. We've got a plastic drop that I haven't hooked up yet, and that was the next one. Yeah, that's the next one I need. Actually, let's... Do I want to start? No, let's build everything first, and then try sending all the trains out to go and get stuff, and just assume that it's going to work perfectly. What could possibly go wrong? Where have I got to? We've got the machines here. These are all the ones that are making copper sheeting. So I'm going to need another row of foundation along here to actually take the belts from there and so on. And that's going to need to be brought over here. And it's going to nip up this way and then be put onto the start of that belt. Oh yes, and I needed 2 more of these, didn't I? Because I've only got I've only got 9 assembly machines across there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I needed 15. I remember. So yes, I need to put down another couple of the triple assembler blueprintomatrons. So you go in the other way around like that, and let's try and line you up properly. So you would go nope, there. Yes, that looks right. And you might as well be as close to that just for funsies. So build you there. And then put another one in there. Lovely. And I can link them up. Link up the belts. Link up the belts. La 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 la. Link the belts. La 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 la. And then over here, this is only a tier 3 belt because it's not going to be producing anything like as much stuff. Or there's a lot less output than there is input, rather. Okay, so that's another 6. That's 15 in total. I think it needs power. Power. There we go. Oh, and apparently... Oh, yes, of course it doesn't. Of course it needs programming. And these are supposed to be making circuit boards. So we'll start doing that. Circuit boards. That one. I have not read the Mythical Man Month. I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with at least a little bit of the stuff it talks about. But I have not read the full thing, and I don't know what it says about version 2. What the hell? Right. Oh right. I didn't run the power cable. That's why. I understand. So I did the copy and paste correctly. I just hadn't run power between them. There we go. So those are going to need the copper sheets and the plastic, and those can be either way around. So we'll bring the copper sheets in on the ground level. So we're going to need to, let's see, because it's going to be a bit easier that way. So we would have right, let's pull up that splitter. Wait, no, let's not. Let's put that. Oh yes, let's. So I need to pull up those belts as well, just because Satisfactory is not good at linking things together when you put them down. So we want that to be that way around. And then that belt goes in there. That one comes out of there and goes into there. But we'll make it come over this way a little bit more, just for the sake of... Oh, come on. Can we just put that... No snappy. I can't get it straight. If you pardon the expression. Let's put that there then. And then... There we go, that'll do. It's close enough. And then over here, I will need a tier belt going back into there like that. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, that's the sort of thing I could imagine happening, Frugal. Yes, if you decide that this is horrible, we need to redesign the whole thing. Sorry, yes, this is so horrible, we need to redesign the whole thing, and then doing the redesign is so horrible that you then come up with a completely different third thing. Basing that entire third thing on the original first gen product is even a little more ridiculous though. But hey, Sealand, welcome. It's going pretty well, I think. I realised as I'm building out a massive new area to make computers at the moment, and I realised as I was just starting to build it, just as I was building it up, this was actually going to take quite a lot of power. So I've just spent the last time off building a new nuclear power plant. So, but that seems to be working. So you are a merger, yes. So get rid of you, and therefore that and that, because as previously discussed, you can't just drop a thing in and expect it to link to the belts around it. If I put this in this way round, like that, then I can still link that to there. I can link that to there, and then once again, I can link this round here. Like that. And then we have a belt coming from here. Now that misses, of course, so let's get rid of that. Let's try again. Bring this from here to about... Ooh, no, there. No, there. 90 degrees is 90 degrees is difficult. Let's go and try and eyeball it better. Yeah, that looks about right. Great success. Apart from that bit. Was it only, yeah, I suppose, yeah, it was only about 40 minutes. Most of the infrastructure was already there for the power plant, so it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too painful to set up. I managed to get that up and running reasonably quickly. And yeah, we've now got a little bit more power. What does amaze me quite a bit, actually, if we look at this, it's too late. But when I added in the extra power plant, it gave me about that much extra, which, given that I thought I was getting virtually all my power from the nuclear, is not quite as much as I was expecting. Because the other two, presumably, therefore, making about that much. So I reckon now a quarter of my power is still being produced from things other than nuclear, which surprised me a little bit. That's the Factorio in me. It wants the belts to be on nice neat 90-degree angles. Pay no attention to this one. It doesn't want to. I'd have to pull up the other one. How much of this is the other? No, I'm not. No, that's just going to be an ugly one like that. It's only a tiny little bit. It doesn't matter. Right. So these are all the machines making the circuit boards. So we also need to bring in plastic for these. And where is plastic coming from? That is not the button I meant to press. Ping ping. Plastic is you. Yes, plastic is you. You are a plastic. So over here, that means I will need to bring this out. This is going to come up about here or something, isn't it? Well, let's go in and start setting this up, and then I can worry about where it pops through and work it out from there. Yeah, on the one hand, yes, that sounds amazing. Amazingly horrible, but also amazing. How much plastic am I getting through? 450. I think that's a tier 4. Let me try that again. Part of me thinks that sounds amazing, but also I just don't think you'd use them very much, because most of the time they just get in the way of, well, stuff. Where are you positioned? On the edge. Okay. Which edge? Okay, this edge. Yeah, they do just get in the way, because you'd end up taking up quite a lot of extra space with your 45-degree belts. You wouldn't really be able to use them very. They wouldn't actually help, is what I'm trying to say. But they would allow you to make some truly heinous spaghetti. You go there. Yes, you're reversed already. Excellent. And now we want a belt. We want that to be a 4 as well. It goes from there to there. Tum-tum-tum-tum. Yeah, exactly. That's sort of what I'm getting at. If you use the wiggly belts like that, I mean, you are welcome to. They are definitely a thing. But you'll find that they certainly don't save you any space. So that will be I can't even remember what this is. It doesn't matter. This one is going to be plastic. And I can put that coming up out of here. Like this. Is the game going to let me have a belt do this? Let's find out. I am suspecting not. I was correct. This is problematic, because everything is the wrong shape. Alright, let's try something a little bit different then. Let's put this on here. That would be that way. That would be that way. That might work. I'll try something different, though. Put that there. And I believe I have, yeah, stackable conveyor poles. So let's put a couple of... These do not stack on a conveyor. Okay, fine. Well, just do, in that case, I'll just do that then. If you insist. Then over here, well, we need another one here just to keep the pattern going. And then it's, yes, we need one here. So I guess I'm going to put in a splitter there and there. And can I put one on the bottom just to make it look like it's got support? Yes, I can. There we go. Lovely. So then now I can run that belt from there into... No, I can't because I've run out of industrial beams. Okay, well, let's put this in as a 3 for now. Because I do actually only need 450 plastic a minute. Okay, that's not a 3. Let's link it up, and I'll come over and upgrade it in a minute. Because at the moment, I kind of just want to get this up and working in inverted commas. What's going on over here? That doesn't go in there. That goes in there. Hooray! So now a nice 90-degree angle. That's an output belt. I'm surprised it's taken me this long to make that mistake. Clonk, clonk, clonk. Right. Hooray! What is in now? Now to have made that mistake, you can go to bed. You can rest easily. Right. So that's going to be my plastic supply. I think that looks pretty good. And then down here we're going to have circuits on both of these. This belt here and the one just over there on the other side. Those are going to be all the circuits. The quick wire comes out of there, out of that splitter there. And so we need to feed those and rubber into 4 manufacturers that we're going to fit in over here. Oh no, for the 90 degrees. Yes, it does look a lot nicer. I will very happily admit that. It looks much better. But this whole area is coming together quite nicely. You see, this is how it always goes in these sort of games. Whether it's Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere program, or, well, maybe not quite so much the Dyson Sphere program. That game really encourages the spaghetti. But you start off with really good intentions and you lay everything out really, really neatly like this. Then you realise you've made a mistake and you need to do something a little bit differently. And that turns into a horrible, horrible kludge. Also, you realise, yeah, something's gone a little bit wrong here. I've made the same mistake up here. This should not be from there. And also, therefore, this should not be there either. Boop. So what actually should be going on here is that this should come over to here. Whoop. Like, goodness sake. Building directly due straight down is surprisingly difficult because the camera moves in a weird way as you move the mouse. There we go. Yeah, exactly. You realise you need to add in something else. You've forgotten a step of the process, or you need one more machine, or just something in there. You've got the maths wrong somewhere. Something has gone a little bit wrong. You've made some sort of minor mistake somewhere, and suddenly that means that the whole system you've designed is just an absolute nonsense. Or no, suddenly that means you need to squeeze in one extra machine, and so you end up either not having space because you packed everything in like this, or you end up putting it above, or you squeeze it in a convenient gap like this, but then you have to spaghetti the belts to get them in there, or yeah, something like that, exactly. It all goes horribly, horribly wrong. Alright, I'm going to try something. I'm going to use the blueprint designer, even though I don't expect to be able to do more than 1 or 2 machines here. So I'm going to put in a manufacturer. I'm going to put in a manufacturer. And yeah, there is only room for one of these in the blueprint editor, which is frankly nonsense, but sure, whatever. However, we've got 3 inputs here, and if I want to run belts all the way along to carry everything in, then having them all set up beforehand is going to be a little bit easier. I keep spinning the mouse wheel when I want to select something from my hotbar at the bottom, but no, that goes through the things you hold in your hands rather than the things you build. So yeah, that's why I keep accidentally producing a rifle or an asthma inhaler or whatever. So down here, everything that goes into this is going to be going in relatively slowly, I suspect. Let's check the numbers. So you are going to be making, yes, Caterium computers, because we're not using that recipe, we're using this recipe. It takes 16 seconds, yeah, so we're going to have about 2 a second of the thing that goes in most. So that's not that much. That could be the cheapest lifts we know. If I have any of those. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of iron. So, let's put you in like that. Let's put you in like that. And let's leave you at ground level. And then we can come along here, we can put in a split ore like that. So this is, which one's this? This is, it doesn't matter. We've got the 3 things we've got coming in here are circuits, quick wire, and rubber. Circuits and quick wire are going to be coming in from the far end. Rubber is going to be coming in from the near end, because that's going to be coming in by train. So 2 of the things... Rubber is going to be coming in from quite high up, because we're going to be adding more and more onto the bus. So let's make this one rubber. And make this... And let's try and put my hand in the correct place on the keyboard, that would help. And then make this one... then also that way. It doesn't matter which way around the inputs are, as long as they, as long as there's 2 going one way and 1 going the other. So there we go. That's my, because the reason I've done this is because this one now sticks out far enough that the belts can run straight past these elevators without having any clogger rings. Although that's, actually no, over here, that's not going to be good, is it? That's going to go straight through the middle of there. Okay, time for a redesign. So that one can be there, where it is. This one needs to be removed, though, and this needs to be removed. So let's try that again. We'll put in a little bit of belt coming out here. To about... yeah, that's probably fine. Then we'll put this on the end of here and have it go up as little as possible, so like that. Then we'll put in one of these on here, like, yes, like that. And one of these down here, a bit further out, like that. And then we can put some belt 1 in like that. Okay, so the overall totals are going to be up to 420 per minute though still, so we're still going to want some fast belt carrying stuff around in here. But that is now my manufacturer set up to make computers. So if I can now come over here and call this 3 input manufacturer and give it a manufacturer icon, which is Dumpty Dumpty. Yeah, it is building. Dumpty Dumpty Dum. There's a 2 input one. There we go. 4 input boy. There we go. So select image there. Save the blueprint. Clear the designer. Demolish the designer. And now I can put down some. I didn't put a pylon in, but never mind. 3 input manufacturers, like this. Can we have a bit more altitude, please? There we go. That's better. And I have no idea how to line this up, so I'm going to put it there. I'm going to drop the hologram, and I'm going to fly around and have a look at it from all kinds of angles and try and decide where it needs to go. So I think it needs to go there. Yeah, that's nicely lined up with the rest of the stuff. And I want 4 of these machines in because I decided I wanted to make crazy numbers of computers because that seemed like a good idea at the time. That's 2. 3. Will it fit? Will it fit? I think it might. Yeah, 4. Wow. I'm going to put in another row of concrete anyway, though, just to hold the belts that are going into it. There we go. And now I think I want another power line coming off there. We'll run it to here, and then we'll run power from there and there and there and there. One of the weirder things I've discovered you can do is you can actually use the power line to link 2 machines directly together, which is completely useless because it's not like you can daisy chain them together because you can only attach one power line to each machine. But if I wanted to, I could connect this one to this one instead of having the 2 of them connected to the pylon. Yeah, the more you know. I did that once by mistake and felt slightly silly. Right, so over here we're going to have the plastic pop up. Well, no, we're going to have the rubber, sorry, be passed through at, yeah, this point. So we're going to have... lined up, there we go. So that's going to be copper and then this next one will be plastic, but I don't know whether plastic's going to pop up yet. So I think the next thing to do is going to be linking the other belts instead and ignore it for the moment. Okay, so you guys are making all of the circuit board? Yeah, circuit boards. So let's, once again, let's flip these round. And put that one in here, but point it out so the output is that way. Always seem to turn the mouse, spin the mouse wheel the wrong way to rotate things as well. So it always takes me 3 turns to get to wherever I'm trying to get to. Oh dear. Right, so then we'll do that, and then over here, well, it might as well be the bottom one. So we'll put in a merger. If I put this in here, yeah, that'll work. Then I can use my, no, not the foundation, belt 3. You can come over to, all right, we'll do some more 90 degree stuff because I've seen how much people like it when I do 90 degree belts. And by people, I mean, I think I just mean regular, but, you know, I have to admit, it pleases me as well. So we'll do that, and that. That one doesn't have to be a 90 degree because it's so short. Therefore, that one, that's acceptable. And then over here, we have that, and that, and that, and in fact, while I'm at it, let's just link all of these together because it's a thing that needs to be done. Oops. There we go. And then the next tier down as well, that goes to there, and there. This is a little bit fiddly from this angle, but it's also, it'd be more fiddly from, I suspect it'd be more fiddly from different angles as well. So, right, there we go, lots and lots of bells. So that's the first one, bringing in the circuits around here. Fine, lovely, nice, and bringing in the ones from here as well, so then they're merged in perfectly. Then we need to bring in the quick wire, which is coming from these machines over here. Now, I have a couple of choices here. I can either have an elevator that goes up over the top of these machines and then into here through whatever shenaniganery is required, or I could run the belt out, up around about here, and then over this way, and then bring it in over here, which would continue the nice sort of neat 90 degrees and not running belts over the top of things too much kind of look as well. So that might be quite a bit neater. So let's try that. See if I can pull that off and have it not look horrible. Which way are you building? I can't tell from here. Okay, in at the bottom, out at the top. Fine. So you'll go there, round that way, like that, and then we bring a belt from there to there. Belt from there to... What? What is going on? No, I got that the wrong way around. Fail. Reverse. I find it really difficult to tell which way around lifts are sometimes. I don't know why, but there's something... I struggle to get my head round which is up and which is down, I think, or something like that. Which way is up? Which way? Yeah, which way? Whether green is in or out. I think that's what I struggle with. I'm not, and I don't know why. Can we get that actually horizontal with one of these supports? Yes. Nice. I'm putting an excessive amount of effort into getting these belts neat. I hope you're appreciating it. True, but that's another thing to learn. Not that that's necessarily a problem. In theory, I should be able to remember little things like that. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to put in another pylon just so I can fly around over here, aren't I? I have pretty much decided that spaghetti doesn't count if it's pylons. Where are you? Where are you? Right, there are you. Chonk. I think that's the same height. Have I missed? I have. It lined up with something else. Oh, for crying out loud. Alright, let's do it from the other end instead. I think that'll be easier. Right, you go from there to plus there. Like that. Nice. I don't know why you think you're interfering with something. Oh, nope, still not straight. This is surprisingly difficult, and I don't really know why. maybe if I fly a bit higher up, it'll be easier. I'll be able to see more of what I'm doing. Maybe I'll just press the wrong buttons and knock it out of my hand. Right, let's try that again. So from there to there, like that. Fly down again so I can see the... don't know where that shadow is coming from, but fly back down again so I can make sure that's horizontal. There we go. And then from there to there. It's not straight. I give up. I've had enough. Right, that's everything except the rubber. And where does rubber come in? Let's go and find the rubber. Rubber drop. And we're using rubber up at a rate of 180 per minute. What is 180 per minute in belts? It is a 3. Okay. So I can put that from there. Boom. Nope, that way. And you are in a kind of middle of this half, I guess. So over here, I would like a conveyor floor hole again. That goes there. Yeah, it is pretty close. Yeah, it's just difficult to get these things lined up properly from. Oh, you need to be reversed, don't you? Yes, you do. From, well, basically anywhere. I just seem to struggle. There we go. Where have you come up? Ha! Nearly. Yeah, you come in an awkward place. So I think the best thing to do here is going to be to have a slightly diagonal belt. So get rid of all of these and put them in directly in front of this one. So you'll be that way. So will you. So will you. You'll be that way. And then elevator comes from there. It goes to here. Just like that. And then the belt goes from here to here. That's not quite straight, but it's not too bad. It comes up in roughly the right place, and there isn't room for another stack of splitters. Now I could have built this backwards and had that hole where I wanted it to be here, and then had the belt underneath it at an angle. But I built it this way around, so I haven't. Right, and then finally over here, we need mergers in along here, pointing that way. One, two, three, 4, and then bells going along here. So that goes there. There. I guess I need a bit more concrete because I haven't got anywhere to put the hole in the ground. So we'll do that there. Just to keep everything lined up and looking nice. You're dead on this line here, so I'll put you there. And you get a lift and a belt. Like that. And then we'll go underneath and find out where the station's going to... How far off from the station we are. Oh, not too bad. So this is computer pickup. Yes, it is. Right, so over here, I'm putting an elevator there. Oh, I haven't dropped it down to a Mark 1, but never mind. I can go there. I need the same thing under there, pointing this way. And then we can have a Mark 1 belt. I said belt, going from there to... I put it on the wrong side because it's... I've been just automatically putting them onto that port on the station because every other one I put in has been a... try again. No, every other one I put in has been an unloading station, not a loading station. So it goes there, points this way, then we go belt, from there to there. Right, that is the lot. Everything is now set up. We just need some trains to start bringing resources in. Rubber is going to be tricky because we don't have somewhere where I can't put in a rubber train of this size that will get rubber from, well, anywhere, because the rubber is being picked up as part of the plastic station way off in the north, slightly east-ish area. Where is it? No, way off to the east. Sorry, over here, and that's a 3-wagon stop which has plastic, so the plastic can come in because you have a locomotive and a wagon, then it'll fill up from the front platform, obviously, but the rubber one won't work. So either I make the rubber station longer, which there isn't really room to do here, or I go off and set up a new rubber pickup station somewhere. And I think I basically decided to do the latter. I'm going to go off and try and find another area where I can get trains, where I can get rubber from. So that's going to be interesting. Also going to be interesting is finding out whether I have enough resources left to make all the trains I want to make. So I'm going to get started, because the sooner I get started pulling resources out of the system, the sooner we can have the more time it's got to sort of try and recover and replenish those resources. And hopefully, therefore, things will be a little bit more... we won't struggle quite as much for everything that we're going to be using up. Check me out, I've learnt which way round trains are. Right, so you're problem, so you're going to stay there for a while. You're gold, so we need to send you to... We need to send you... Oh, no, we need to give you a name. Gold for comps. And then we need to send you off to... hopefully there is a gold pickup station. There's a Caterium for computers. That implies there is a Caterium pickup somewhere. Gold pickup, there we go. So we go to that one, and then we go to gold drop comps. So when you get to gold pickup, I want you to hang around there until you're fully loaded. And when you get to gold drop comps, I want you to wait here until you're fully unloaded. Yes, that should be good. Turn myself driving. Get out of the train. I also need to go through here and turn these into unloading stations, because otherwise they won't unload, and that would be unfortunate. Which way am I going? There's just stations everywhere. I can't go... Right, okay, this is the one I'm not doing yet. But this is a rubber drop, so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to change that for now already, because otherwise I will forget later, I just know it. So it's gold, then we've got copper. So I come in here, again, set you as an unload station, and we'll edit this one and have a look. So you're not going to be called train, you're going to be called copper for comps. And I'm going to edit your timetable, and we are going to go to central copper pickup, yes. And then you're going to go to copper drop comps, like that. And once again, you're going to stay there until you've done a full load unload. And you're going to stay there until you've done a full load unload. Save, save, go. And fine, I did change this, didn't I? Yes, I did. I thought I had, but you know, I like to be sure. Here, unloads again. Right, what are you? You're plastic. Okay, so that's fine. we can get plastic. You are going to be plastic for comps. I mean, I say we can get plastic. I don't know how much there's going to be over there at this point, but we should be all right. Plastic comp. Right, and then over here, as before, I want you to do a full load, unload. Boom, boom. And I want you to do a full unload. Save, save, self-driving. On and off it goes. Lovely. Bye. Right, so that's kind of... Well, no, it's not kind of. It's not it. This system is not going to work because the rubber train is not going to go. Is not going to go anywhere. But that is a lot of machines I set up today. So the next thing is going to be, how am I going to get more rubber? So I have a couple of ideas. I have an easy idea and a good idea, or at least a better idea. So the easy idea is come back over here to where I'm doing all of the oil processing at the moment. At the moment, I've got it on two levels. There's the original level that's the original stuff that's more or less at ground level. It's producing plastic and rubber quite slowly. Then there's another floor above it that's producing just plastic quite quickly. So those between them. So what I could possibly do is cut off the is set the bottom area to just making rubber, and then I get a bit more rubber coming out, and then I can put in an additional rubber station up here, a separate station, and pick the rubber up from here with another train. Option number 2 is put in more oil mines. Now there's a couple of patches here that I hadn't realised existed. So I could come over here and I could pull oil out of those and just make that into rubber and still put in another rubber station over here. Now I would need to expand the rail system all the way out here to being a proper one rail each way, bidirectional. Is that bidirectional? Is it two whatever, you know what I mean, with 2 rails, so that the trains don't jam up. But that would work. I would then have more oil being produced over here. The other possibility is to go and get perhaps this oil patch up here, which is actually there's less oil up there. Maybe not less oil. There's some oil up there, and go and start digging that up. However, that is up at the top of the cliffs, and getting trains up here. Oh, actually, no, it isn't. But I would have to then, in order to get there, I would need to run an extremely long rail all the way round the edge of here, round the outside of this plateau. To get round to this area. Now this will be interesting because it's a new area that I haven't been to, and apparently there's more oil around there as well, but I don't think I actually need that much more because we haven't been getting through rubber all that quickly. So I think the sensible thing to do is to come over here and set up oil processing for these 2 patches and start making just rubber, and that's going to be a multi-stage process because we'll use the recipe that turns crude oil into rubber, then we'll use the recipe that turns, and then we'll turn something. Then to get rid of the byproducts, we'll use some of that rubber to make. Oh hell, that makes plastic. You can't just make rubber, can you? You have to make some plastic to get rid of the byproducts, I think. Or we use polymer resin. So no, we still have fuel oil as a byproduct. You can turn fuel and plastic into rubber. Okay. Well, no, I can't. But that might be a theoretical possible one that can be unlocked. But then actually producing a bit more plastic is probably not going to be an issue because I get through so much of it, especially if I then put in a priority one there. Yeah, I think it must be. If that recipe exists and I don't have it, it must be. So okay. So what if I just do if I don't do crude oil to plastic, if I just do crude oil to rubber, and then feed the rubber, some of the rubber to be turned into plastic to use up the fuel oil that's going to be generated. But most of it, or at least half of it probably, will go into a trains. I think that's probably going to work. So I think that's going to be the way to do this. However, it could, because it's I could burn the fuel for power. I'm doing that a little bit, I think, at the moment. I'm thinking I'm thinking this one through a little bit. So, yes, it would generate some power, which would be quite useful. It would use up, and it would get rid of the fuel oil, so that's handy. On the other hand, it feels like a bit of a waste when we do need an enormous quantity of plastic. So maybe we'd be better off making the plastic from the overflow. Except that then that uses up some of the rubber, and the rubber is what I'm actually trying to make at this point. Tricky. I'm not sure. I'm sort of torn both. Feel I'm being pulled both ways. I think I'll probably let's head over and see how much plastic we've got, how much rubber we've got, and if there's because I think there may well still be a bit. We may still be struggling a bit for plastic. Well, there's something. Oh, we've got copper over there actually now. Looking at this, and we've got the gold has arrived, so that must be plastic that's just arrived. 'Cause that's the only other one that's coming in at the moment. So apparently we have enough plastic that we're able to fill the train up that quickly. So I think we do seem to be okay for plastics. So yeah, maybe I should just burn it. Alright, so the gold has managed to fill the belt up and is trucking along and is stoppy-startily. The copper is being thrown through at a crazy rate. Like, it's flowing solidly. Are we actually filling up buffers along here? That's the question. I mean, we will be, actually. Yes, we filled up that one. This one is still getting filled up. But it's a third of the way there. Yeah, I think there's a certain amount of buffer filling going on. Whether we'll actually get to the point of having sufficient copper before a train's worth runs out, and whether the train will get back again in time, I don't know. Ooh, I could upgrade this to be a belt 5. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? And you, and then upgrade you to a lift 5, and you, and then you to a belt 5. There we go. So we can now pull that copper out of there quite a lot quicker, and that's going to run out very, very soon. Probably before the next train arrives, unfortunately. But at least, I don't know. it looks good having this much copper hurtling through the whole system. Oh, actually, maybe this is more copper. Are you more copper or are you gold? Yeah, that's more copper. Just as we're running out. I said just as we're running out. It doesn't seem to run out. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. It's stopped now because the train is unloading, but that's why there's buffer in all the machines up there. Yeah, this is going pretty well. I'm happy with this. It seems to be. I was a bit worried that we weren't going to be able to bring the resources in fast enough, but it seems like we just about are. These belts should never actually fill up because I've matched the numbers quite closely. The plastic seems to be struggling. Have I just not used fast enough? No. What belt have I used there? It's a Mark III. Okay. I think there's a lot of buffer filling going on at the moment. So we'll come back later once we've filled up all the buffers in these machines and still not got any rubber, and everything will be blocked up all the way back. And then when we turn the rubber on, I think it's probably going to be okay. However, it is now 11 o'clock. I think now is not the time to be going off and doing more massive builds of petrochem, because that's always an interesting and tricky situation to land yourself in. So I think I'm going to call an end to the stream here. Thank you very much for watching. I think it's been quite a good one. I've built up this area, which looks quite satisfying. There's a lot of machines in there, and there's some more tucked away underneath as well. We've left all of the other systems running, so we've probably produced another. Maybe we've produced another 100 of the supercomputer-based things. Maybe we've made probably made another 500 or so of the magnetic containment things. Those are doing really, really well, and maybe another 100 or so of the thruster things, and I don't know. Things have been ticking along quite nicely. Indeed, yes. I think as I've been playing the game more and more, I've been getting better and better at it, and one of the things and better at arranging things. I think as you, in fact, I think as you move around the factory, you can see things getting better and neater and nicer. If we go back to my very first build, so let's have a quick look around before I actually end the stream, because that's always fun. If we go back and look at actually the very first build I made is probably the stuff that was outside, and I've ripped all of that up, nearly all of that up. But yeah, the very first stuff was these sort of things that like out here that are just a mess of things put down just on the ground. Oh yeah, that's because it was the first thing I did before I really knew much about playing the game, and probably before I even had foundations. Then this area in here, it started off with good intentions, but sort of swiftly got worse. And the problem over here was that I was trying to build each next thing from where I was building the previous things. So we've got maybe, I don't know, we'd have an area down here that was making the rotors perhaps, or the stators, and then everywhere that needed the rotors or stators I'd pull from there, and then I'd pull from the motors to make whatever you use motors for. And so it just got a bit spaghetti, and none of the machines could keep up. And I built all the things for the first layer or first phase or two of the space elevator in here, and it wasn't fast enough. And so then, once I decided this was ridiculous, I basically abandoned this. This no longer produces stuff for phases or science. It just produces things for it's basically a mall now. And then the next one was this area over here. This sort of this area that was originally set up to make the adaptive control units. So it was the first two floors of it. Ow, came down a bit too hard there. And basically everything up to about this. Yeah, the first two floors probably. So that one and this one. And this is not too bad a build. And then I came in and put in another floor to make computers, and then make computers faster and supercomputers and so on. So it's been added to. But it's not too horrible. Everything is reasonably proportioned, as in I've tried to get the maths right, so I've got the right number of machines producing things and so on all the way through. And now as I've added things on, that's not been perfect, but it's been better. So it's a lot better. This area does generally run quite well. It's reasonably organised and tidy. It's not too bad. And then since then I've made a few more sub-factories. There's the one over there that makes the there's the one way over there that makes the fused frames. That's putting it together pretty neatly. Oh God. And my vertical bus things have got gradually better and better as I've made more and more of them. This is the first one, and it's sort of okay. It works, but it's not quite straight, and it's a bit kludgy and so on. And then eventually, yes, I got to the builds over there, where the motors build down there that's pretty neat. It's quite small though, so it's easier to keep it neat. The one over there, despite being expanded a couple of times, has also stayed quite neat and mostly quite reasonably good. And then the new one over there that I built today, yes, I put a little bit more effort into making that as neat as possible. And it also helps that it's ranks and ranks and ranks of identical machines. That makes it a bit easier as well. So it makes it quite a lot simpler. But yeah, even the system over there, let's go and have a look at that one, because that's quite good. Even that one, despite having been expanded, I think that's fairly good. I'm just going to have I say I think it's fairly good. I also want to sort of try and check. Yes, Mark, I built a new nuclear plant, so power is absolutely fine now. I say absolutely fine. We've got quite a bit more than is needed. So if I find a pylon, there's a pylon. Can't quite reach it. Arms aren't long enough. There we go. So yeah, I've got a bit of headroom there, about 2 or 3 gigawatts of headroom in my production. If everything turned on at once, then I'd be doomed. But at the moment, yeah, it's basically okay. Fortunately, I had the machine that was making the nuclear fuel was just about fast enough to keep up with what I needed. Although I did have to add in an extra. I did have to put a couple of slugs in the in two of the machines that were supplying it in order to allow them to keep up. There is also guaranteed, or more or less guaranteed, to be a sulfuric acid jam at some point in the future, but that's Satisfactory's fault for being awkward. The way to fix that, I reckon, or the best way to fix that, I reckon, would be to put in an extra, a second machine making sulfuric acid, and have different machines feeding the different outputs. So yes, over here, what have I done over here? This started off very, very well, really quite neatly. So I had a mezzanine up here that's making screws in massive quantities, and then down here there's an area that's making the concrete reinforced beams. We've got the bus running along the back of here, which is quite nice. Then we've got machines along here that are making the. We've got ranks of machines making the reinforced plates, and you can see it there, sort of all the same. Then through here, I can't remember what's going on in here. Doing something with steel anyway. And yeah, it was making the cubes quite happily, quite neatly. It's since been expanded a bit, but I've managed to keep it reasonably neat. We've got another mezzanine up here making more cubes because we weren't making them in sufficiently large quantities. And another area over here making more of the reinforced plates for those cubes. This bit is a little bit hacksy because, as I say, I added it in afterwards. So these three belts that are sort of just travelling way over the top of the factory, those were additions in at the end, and those aren't amazing. But other than that, this has come together reasonably well. And when you consider that I then added in some extra machines over here to make the fuse frames quite a bit quicker, it makes the whole thing not feel quite so bad, I reckon. But yeah, I think there's a general trend that my builds, when I first put them together, come together quite neatly. They're generally not bad, at least once I'd learned to play the game anyway. For the first couple don't count. But they come together reasonably well, and they tend to be okay. But then afterwards I will go, oh actually I need some more stuff on this build. I need some more stuff. It makes sense to put it here, and then it becomes a mess. So for example over here, this is the area. This is an area that's just making motors, and this I'd say is pretty good. It looks nice and neat. Okay, that belt is a little bit serpentine, but it's basically, it just follows around the edge of the machine, so I think that's okay. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I did notice, yeah, there's an exclamation mark over there. Looks like there's a problem in the iron supply area, so I'm going to have to go and have a look at that now, which kind of sucks. In fact, there's several problems. Okay, there's one down here for trying to get the iron, and then there's a load up here for, I don't know why. I'm gonna have to have a look at those before I finish, I'm afraid. I don't know why I say I'm afraid, because it just means you get more content. So these ones are all having a train jam. So there's some sort of major problem up that way, and I've come in the wrong direction. So let's head back over there, because that one is bigger and worser. So I'm going to go over and try and find out what's going on down this way. Oh, actually, the trains are moving. Maybe they are. Maybe there isn't actually a jam. I think there's too many trains over there trying to pick up copper, and that's what's led to the jam. And now a train has picked up copper and left, so another train has pulled in to pick up some more copper. So it's got off the main line, and that means the trains are now starting to flow again. So yeah, it's a sort of fairly standard problem of I haven't been leaving stackers at all for my stations, and that is starting to come back to bite me. Particularly here, where the copper changeover area is right in the middle of the main line. So I think one of the things I should do about this is put a spur, probably going off here, that's big enough to hold 3 or 4 trains, and do the copper changeover there instead. Now, if we're lucky, the trains will clear themselves out. However, that's a fairly big if. It doesn't seem to be quite as nice as it's jammed in here now. Oh no, they are still moving. I'm cautiously optimistic that as long as there's some of the trains still moving, they will sort themselves out. Hey Fixion, sort of. You can create, straight up, yes, you can create blueprints. However, you can only make them up to a certain size. So for example, this blueprint, you see that down there on the ground, that is pretty much as big as you can make a blueprint. You also can't do copy and paste like you can in Factorio. So you can't say, oh, I've made this factory. I would like to have another one of those, please. Copy paste. That just isn't a thing. Instead you have to use the blueprint editor, which is a big box you put down. You build inside the blueprint editor, and then you save that as a blueprint. And then once you've done that, you can then drop it down in a single go. It won't snap belts or rails or anything like that together, so things don't get joined up nicely. But you can at least. If you're doing something fairly repetitive, like I was doing earlier this evening with my new computer production facility, it's not so bad, but it's also not amazing. I think I need to come in here and just move some trains around manually. Where are you trying to go? Are you trying to turn round, or are you trying to go up there? Let's assume you're trying to go up there. Turn off self-driving for a minute. And go this way. I don't know if it is trying to go this way, but if not, it can just whip around the loop and rejoin the circus afterwards. So there we go. Now that train can go, which means whichever train was waiting for it can go. So that train can go, which means this train can go, which means this train can go, which will mean this one will go, and so on. Yeah. Oh, my train system is not entirely fit for purpose. Mostly, I think it's because of the a train pulled into the copper unloading area, and that just jammed up. Sorry, two trains tried to pull into the copper load area for Central Copper, and there wasn't enough copper there for them to pick up, and then that just caused a massive jam. So yeah, getting rid of that is going to help quite a lot, I think. Getting rid of that problem. The problem is, how do you repath a loaded train? That's going to be interesting. But yeah, this looks like it's clearing out now quite nicely. The trains are all starting to move. They're all going off in completely different directions as well, which is good because that just removes the strain on the network. There we go. I think I can put the one I'm in back into self-driving mode and hop out of it. There we go. Yeah, two trains pulled into a copper loading station, and sadness occurred. Yeah. Right, things do now seem to be a lot better. I don't see any orange exclamation marks on the map. I see a lot of stuff on the map, but no orange exclamation marks, and that's the most important thing. So things do seem to be working, but things to do next time. Well, need to get more rubber from the petrochem area. I need to sort out the copper loading, well, copper handover station, and stop that being a nightmare, or a potential nightmare at least. And then we can make lots of computers, which means I can then get back to the point I started this stream at, which is where we try and get all of those computers into the computer thinging area over there, and start making the super advanced, ultra supercomputer things much faster. No, in a new game, yes, you do have to keep feeding the bio generators. You're quite right. Later on, no. So the next step is you will eventually get coal power stations, which look like is it going to be easy to get there? It's going to take me a moment to get there, but yeah, the next step is you will get coal power stations, and if you hook them up to a coal mine, they will just keep running and running forever. You don't have to do anything manually there. After coal power, you then get onto nuclear power, where which is basically the same thing. You find a uranium mine and you hook a power station up to it, except it's a bit more complicated than that because you have to go through about a bajillion different processing stages to get from the uranium to actual uranium fuel cells, and you generate nuclear waste, which you have to do something with eventually. But yeah, you can. If I go over here, I'll give you a quick. I'll show you what I've got running. This will obviously be a little bit spoilery for mid and late game power generation. But there you go. You can see my nuclear power plants down there. They're the cooling towers. And then you can see my coal generators down there. Those are three floors of huge numbers of coal generators, because coal power plants don't produce all that much power. So I had quite a lot of them. Yeah. One row there, a second row there, a third row down the bottom. I think there might be some more somewhere else as well, although not this many, but there's a few somewhere else. I reckon each one of those nuclear plants produces about as much power as all of the coal plants put together. So yeah, the nuclear power plants are quite a lot better, shall we say? In fact, let's check my numbers on that. So if we look in here, no power. Yeah, so the first thing you get is the biomass burner, which produces 30 megawatts. Then you get a coal generator, which produces 75. So it's about 2.5 times as much power, but you don't have to feed it manually because you can just hook it up to a coal mine. Then you get the fuel generator, which is an oil burning one. That's twice as much power as a coal generator, but you need to process the oil into fuel, which you'll get a load of that as a byproduct of plastic, but you might want to turn it into other things, you never know. And then there's a nuclear power plant, which produces 2.5 gigawatts, so it's more than 10 times the fuel generator, more than 20, probably about 30 times. Yeah, about 30 times the coal generator. More than 30 times the coal generator. So, yeah, that's the big boy power, the one you get later on. But as you can see, he says trying to find a pylon. As you can see, you need later by this stage of the game, you do need that much power. I'm currently consuming about 8 and a bit gigawatts. Imagine trying to produce that from these things, which produce 150 megawatts each. That'd be a huge number of them. But having 3 of the nuclear power plants, which produce 7.5 gigawatts, that just brings us up to about here. And then I've got the coal, as bringing us up to about here. So yeah, there's quite a bit of extra there. And then you've got this line across the top that tells you if every single machine in your factory was running, this is how much power you'd use. And it's about more than twice as much as I'm using at the moment. So yeah. Numbers. But then it's always the way with these sort of games. You start off early game and you don't use all that much power, and then you expand and expand and expand, and later newer machines tend to use more power because they do more powerful things, and it's a way to make the game sort of to scale nicely. So yeah, you'll find it scales quite well, and by the time you get to nuclear power, by the time you've researched it, you'll be very, very ready for it, as you can see by the sheer quantity of coal mining I've got going on. Coal burning I've got going on over here. But it will turn up just about in time, I think. Yeah, but there's a lot of it, a lot of options for power. Oh yeah, and everything except biomass burners require water as well. So you've got all these pipes to worry about, and so on. And so you got 2 inputs: water and coal going into these machines. That's all right. That's why I'm here. That's why I do the streams. The whole point of it is for engagement with the viewers. So you're very welcome. It's nice to have something to talk about. That said, I have been saying for about 20 minutes. Well, I said about 20 minutes ago that I was going to end the stream, so I think I probably should do that now. I will get myself back to the main part of my factory as I do my outro though. So yes, as ever, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I will be back with some videos over the weekend. Given the level of progress I've made with them so far, I don't think it's going to be a Friday video this week. But they'll be coming out on Saturday and Sunday instead of Friday, Saturday. But you're probably used to that by now, to be honest. It's a couple of things. One is that I've just been a lot busier in the evenings than normal a lot busier at lunchtime than normal recently. And the other is that the videos are taking a little bit more thought and effort and care to make, because I'm talking about complicated things that I haven't been doing and therefore don't entirely understand. So that's why they've been coming out a little bit later than normal. Then on Monday I shall be back with what may or may not be the final Factorio K2SE stream. I kind of hope it will be, because I've got other things happening the week after, so I kind of need to draw the line there and say yes, this is where we've got to with the with space exploration. We need to finish it off there, but we'll see how that goes. See if we actually manage to finish it. And then I'll be back on Wednesday as well with some more Satisfactory, where I shall be attempting to sort out the copper issues that we've been seeing, and also getting this factory over here up and running, getting some... I don't know why I'm going over this way, apart from as a sort of a reminder of what I was doing last time for next time. Yes, and then also bringing in the rubber so that this system over here can start producing computers at the rate we would like it to. So how are you getting on over here? Help. Okay, so we have lots of circuit boards being made, and making it to here. Why is this belt is apparently not? Okay, oh no, that belt was. It just oh, it's a graphical glitch. The game hadn't bothered to draw the belt. It was there because there are circuit boards going into that machine over there. It was there, but it just hadn't bothered to draw the stuff on it. And the same here as well. Where there's gold wire going into these machines down there. It's just not drawing it on the and there's some on the belt there. It's just not bothered to draw it. Thanks, game. How are we doing? Okay, there's a load of plastic. Plastic is still flowing. Copper sheeting is still flowing, and therefore presumably copper input is still flowing. Actually, copper input is not flowing because we haven't got any. Okay, things are gradually filling up. This is going about as I would expect, so I should be able to come in and just start working on this next time. So, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in all the stuff I've been talking about, and in the stream on Monday. Good night. Exactly, Sealand. Yes, when I'm good enough at breaking it on my own, I don't need the game to pretend it's broken when it actually isn't. And yes, good night, Sealand, Mark, Fixian, Regular, and Frugal. I shall see you all next time.